แสดงเป็นเกียรตินะคะที่เป็นผู้ดำเนินรายการในวันนี้ค่ะ
This forum is jointly sponsored by Renmin University of China and Hong Kong Polytechnic University and jointly organized by the National Academy of Development and Strategy, ROC, Policy Research Center for Innovation and Technology of Hong Kong Polytechnic University, Thailand China Research Center of the Belt and Road Initiative, and the National Academy of Belt and Road Green Development, CICEC. It is held online and offline with 4 offline sub-venues respectively at ROC, Thailand, Hong Kong, and the Suzhou campus of ROC. The participants will discuss energy transition, green and low carbon development in the Asia-Pacific region. In addition to the guests and audience at each venue, there are also representatives from Mexico, Philippines, Vietnam, and other Asia-Pacific economies attending the conference online. Thank you very much.
Including energy transition.
ดิฉันรู้สึกเป็นยินดีนะคะที่มีเรียนเชิญนะคะผู้เชี่ยวชาญเข้าร่วมในงานนี้นะคะรวมถึงผู้บรรยายนะคะจะพูดจากหลักทั้งหมด4สถานที่ด้วยกัน
Peng, Vice President of Renmin University of China, to host the opening session.
尊敬的阿米达·阿利斯夏巴纳副秘书长，尊敬的批差前部长林尚利。
Your Honorable Undersecretary General Amida and Alice Yabana, and the former Minister P. Chai, and the President Lin Shangli, Secretary Xie Qinwan, and Mr. Kong Dan, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a big welcome to the APEC Energy Forum 2022. I'm the Vice President of ROC, Du Peng. First of all, please allow me to thank you on behalf of the Department of International Cooperation, of NEA, the Environment and Ecology Bureau of the Government of Hong Kong SAR, for PRC, for the great care and the guidance for this forum. At the same time, I would like to thank the Energy Department of SCAP, the Secretariat of APEC, the Chinese Renewable Energy Industries Association of China Energy Research Society, the Electrical and Mechanical Services Department of the Government of the Hong Kong SAR of PRC, and the Beijing Office of the Government of the Hong Kong SAR of the PRC. Thank you for the great support. I would like to thank the Hong Kong Polytechnic University as the co-organizer of this forum, and I want to thank all of the co-organizers. Last month, the 20th Congress was successfully held in Beijing. The report of the 20th Congress especially stresses the significance of green development. It points out that the Chinese modernization is the modernization featured by harmonious coexistence between nature and man. China will pursue green development and promote harmonious coexistence between man and nature. And we will follow this spirit of the 20th Congress and discuss with all of you green development in the Asia-Pacific region. Now let's warmly welcome the Undersecretary General of the UN and Executive Secretary of ASCAP, Ms. Amida Alice Yabana, to deliver an opening speech. Welcome.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to address the APEC Energy Forum 2022. At this very important forum, you will deliberate on energy transformation and access, climate cooperation post-COP27, and green economic recovery. These issues are crucial for APEC member economies as they confront the effects of the pandemic and geopolitical instability The Asia-Pacific region is home to 6 of the top 10 global greenhouse gas emitters and 6 of the countries most affected by climate change in the world. The heavy concentration of the population in Asia and high level of climate vulnerability in the Pacific exacerbate the socio-economic impacts of climate change. Thus, the region has a major responsibility to reduce the increasing vulnerability to climate change by rapidly moving towards low or zero carbon pathways and increasing investment in resilience. Given the importance of this region in the global economy, its success in resolving these challenges will have major bearing on global progress towards the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement. Efforts towards achieving the energy transition in the region have been guided by Sustainable Development Goal 7 or SDG 7. Progress varies between countries and across targets. We need to do much more on the adoption of renewables and energy efficiency. More attention to providing clean cooking fuels and technologies is required in many developing countries in particular. The pandemic has not made this task easier. It has set back progress across all SDGs and affected the fiscal space of many developing countries, requiring them to make difficult prioritization. This is now exacerbated by inflation, driven in part by increased energy and food prices, sparked by the ongoing war in Ukraine. SDG 7, rather than imposing an additional burden on countries, provides a sound framework for countries to adapt to higher energy prices. By increasing energy efficiency in homes and businesses, the energy cost shock can be reduced. Renewable energy can decrease energy imports and hedge energy costs for consumers. The challenge for countries is to mobilize the clean energy response quickly when capital availability is challenging. On climate change, we are currently faced with the sobering reality of how far off track we are from the 1.5-degree pathway. As the United Nations Environment Programme Emission Gap Report 2022 released just before COP27 highlights, there are no longer any credible pathways to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. Across the Asia-Pacific region, we are seeing the effects of a future dominated by unrestrained climate change, such as devastating floods in Pakistan and drought in China. We risk a disorderly transition into a future of successive climate change disaster, with developing countries most vulnerable that may prove more and more difficult to recover from. One area in which there is room for optimism is the green recovery. ESCAP has developed a framework for countries to build back better from the pandemic by focusing on 4 critical interconnected areas: broadening social protection, investing in a sustained recovery, strengthening connectivity and supply chain, and mending a broken relationship with nature. The effects of COVID-19 pandemic are now being compounded by the war in Ukraine, adding more complexity to the response. However, despite the differing nature of these 2 crises, one thing is clear. By using the SDGs as a framework for recovery, countries and economies can build back better and enhance their resilience to future crises. ESCAP is working with countries across the Asia-Pacific region on these issues, leveraging our role as a regional intergovernmental platform and a source of research, analysis, and capacity building. I hope this forum will facilitate a frank exchange among APEC member economies on how we can work together to overcome these challenges. Thank you very much.
感谢阿丽丝夏巴纳女士热情洋溢的
Thank you.
致辞。
Ms. Amida Alice Yabana for the passionate remarks, which are very enlightening. Now I'm going to give the floor to Pichai, former Minister of Energy, Thailand. The floor is yours.
ท่านรองเลขาธิการสหประชาชาติท่านอธิการมหาวิทยาลัยประชาชนแห่งชาติจีนและแขกผู้
Secretary General of United Nations, Dean of People University of China, and distinguished guests, I'm very honored to participate the seminar in APEC Energy Forum 2022, organized from among different organizations to show the visions. The energy problem is the current problem and future problem. Increasing energy price impact people around the world, both from developed and developing countries. And that makes the higher cost of living, higher inflation rate, and higher interest. Those challenges really impact to all the countries. And we should aim for green energies and alternative energy and renewable energies. And this is how we can solve global warming situation. So we have to focus on solar energy, wind energy, and applying or use an EV vehicle. So these are the future solutions. Today's seminar, I do hope that we can develop and cope with those challenges. And Thailand, we expect that will be the center to produce EV vehicle. And I really do hope the solutions on energy problem can help solving the global economic challenges. And on this coming 18 through 19 November, Thailand will be hosting APEC Forum. And we highly hope that different countries around the world will find solutions to help people and help solving the economic challenges.
好，感谢劈柴阁下的精彩发言，让我们
Thank
从
you, Your Excellency Pichai, for the fantastic remarks. Your presentation has given us a better understanding of green development and its significance for Asia and the whole world. Now I'm going to invite the President of RUC, Professor Lin Shangli, to deliver a welcome speech. Your Honorable Undersecretary General Amida Al-Siyabana and the former Minister Pichai, Secretary T. Wan, Mr. Kong Dan, dear leaders, dear experts, and distinguished guests, today we are gathering here physically and virtually for the APEC Energy Forum 2022. On behalf of RUC, I would like to extend my warm welcome and heartfelt thanks to all of the participants from the universities and APEC economies, the scholars and the students. Energy transition and green development have become the consensus of all the APEC economies. And in 2021, the APEC Leaders Declaration adopted at the 28th APEC Economic Leaders Informal Meeting pointed out that concrete plans and actions should be taken to carry out climate-friendly global economic transition, and the relevant net zero or carbon neutral commitments should be appreciated, and joint efforts should be made to ensure that the economic and environmental policies support each other and work together to support energy security, resilience, and accessibility in this region. A lot of achievements have been made in energy development in China in the past several decades of reform and opening up. And there has a good energy guarantee and security for 1.4 billion people. Significant achievements have been scored in the building of energy construction, and there have been many new breakthroughs in new energy technologies. Very fruitful results have been achieved by China in enhancing energy security, resilience, and accessibility. At the same time, China has been driving the Asia-Pacific region to work towards green and low-carbon development, pursue energy transition, reduce carbon emission, and respond to climate change. With our concrete actions, China has contributed to environmental protection and sustainability in this region. And at the Leaders Summit, President Xi Jinping pointed out that a good environment is the basic public good and the basic welfare for the people.
We shall strive to be a leader in scientific response to climate change. Not long ago, we had the 20th National Congress, and in the report, President Xi said that we need to promote the green development and promote the coexistence between man and nature. And it has pointed out that we need to further promote the energy carbon, they promote carbon peaking and neutrality, and promote the revolution of the energy. Today's forum will center around the energy transformation, scientific innovation, climate finance, and biodiversity. And we will cover key topics like green transformation and higher education development, green economic recovery and a new energy transportation, energy transformation and energy accessibility initiative, green energy and ecological civilization, low carbon, zero waste, and green campus smart action. It is believed that the discussion of these topics will certainly promote the full exchange of the views among political and business leaders, experts, scholars, and student representatives of APEC economies, so that we can provide outstanding wisdom for actively addressing climate change, promoting green and low carbon transformation. As a world-class university with the characteristics of the humanities and social sciences, Renmin University of China has always adhered to the distinctive characteristics of building a school of its own. It is determined to serve the government and the country. So relying on our disciplinary advantages and resource advantages, we try to build up our own brand centered around ecological civilization, green economic development, climate change, environmental protection. We had in-depth research. We tried to provide wisdom support for the government. We sincerely hope the participant today will continue to support Renmin University of China and take the forum today to continue to promote the academic exchanges and cooperation among APEC economies so that we can help the Asia-Pacific region to promote green transformation and economic development and achieve greater development in green transformation and follow a path of green, low carbon, and sustainable development. In the end, I wish all of you the best, and I wish the forum today a complete success. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to join you today at the opening ceremony of the APEC Energy Forum 2022. APEC economies consume approximately 60% of the world's energy. As the region becomes increasingly developed and the population shifts from rural to urban areas, consumption will continue to increase. In 2011, APEC leaders set a goal to reduce aggregate energy intensity by 45% by 2035 against the 2005 level. With the joint efforts of the community, Hong Kong's energy intensity decreased for 30% from 2005 to 2020. There is, however, no room for complacency. To align with the national dual carbon targets, the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region strive to achieve carbon neutrality before 2050 and reduce the total carbon emissions from the 2005 level by half before 2035. We will tackle the carbon emissions problem at source. Last year, we published the Hong Kong's Climate Action Plan 2050, outlining our multi-pronged decarbonization strategies, namely net zero electricity generation, energy saving and green buildings, green transport, and waste reduction. To promote low carbon transformation, we will gradually change the local fuel mix for electricity generation. Currently, the share of coal in Hong Kong's fuel mix has dropped from about half in 2015 to about a quarter. We have pledged to cease using coal for daily electricity generation by 2035 and replace it with low carbon and zero carbon energy. Meanwhile, the government will grapple with Hong Kong's geographical and environmental constraints and expedite transformation to low carbon energy. We will strive to increase the share of renewable energy in the fuel mix for electricity generation to 7.5% to 10% by 2035 and to 15% gradually thereafter. To prepare for the future, adoption of new energy for electricity generation, our power companies are also exploring the feasibility of blending hydrogen for electricity generation. Buildings account for about 90% of Hong Kong's total electricity consumption, and over 60% of our carbon emissions are attributable to generating electricity for our buildings. As such, enhancing energy-saving performance of buildings is one of the most effective means for decarbonization. To lead by example, the government will strive to improve the overall energy performance of government buildings and infrastructure by more than 6% by 2024 to 25. Besides, we are expanding the scope of the mandatory energy efficiency labeling scheme to include more household appliances, thereby increasing the total coverage of energy consumption in the residential sector by the scheme from about 50% to about 80%. Looking ahead, we will also accelerate the incorporation of district cooling systems in new development areas to reduce energy consumption from infrastructure level. To strengthen coordination and promote deep decarbonization, we will set up a new Office of Climate Change and Carbon Neutrality to formulate strategies, policies, and action plans for tackling climate change and achieving carbon neutrality for Hong Kong. Shaping a sustainable tomorrow requires the participation of every economy in the region. This forum provides a platform for fostering decarbonization efforts in a bid to strive towards carbon neutrality. Wish you all a successful and rewarding event. Thank you.
Chinese Hong Kong is the deputy president of the APEC Energy, and as Hong Kong will play a very important role. Now, we would like to invite the 5th Vice Chairman of China International Cultural Exchange Center, Chairman of CITIC Foundation for Reform and Development Studies, Mr. Kong Dan, to give us opening remarks. Respected Armida, Under Secretary General of the UN, and respected former Minister Pichai, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in order to achieve the dual carbon target of China and promote the green transformation and the exchanges of green development and promote the green recovery of the world economy and build up a community of a shared future for the mankind. We invite the experts and leaders from all across the world to attend APEC Energy Forum, centering around opening, linkage, and balance. We would like to discuss the issues like the green transformation and biodiversity and try to promote the energy accessibility initiatives implementation in APEC region. We support the UN to achieve 2030 SDGs. Here, on behalf of the organizer, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all of you. Chinese modernization is the modernization of green. It is to integrate the green development into the overall development. In the past 1 year, in the past year, the National Economy of Belt and Road Green Development, CICEC, and the National Academy of Development and Strategy of Renmin University has centered around the theme of green development, have held a number of the international meetings like China and Ireland Green Development Forum. In early this year, RUC, the Dual Carbon Research Institute, and also National Academy of Development Strategy had held a launching event for the study on the carbon emission centered around the smart energy, sustainable energy, and renewable energy. RUC has conducted effective studies, and it has provided a wisdom support and solutions for the APEC economies to achieve a green development, to promote the policy dialogue and technical sharing and cooperation. It has played a very important role. The report of the 20th National Congress pointed out that China would like to cooperate with the other countries to embrace a better future, and we aspire to work with other countries, and we would like to share our responsibility. So a beautiful future cannot be achieved without a beautiful ecology, which needs to be achieved by the efforts of different countries. So the economy and energy, sustainable development has a long way to go. We need to work together to advocate a green notion and contribute a green wisdom. In this kind of context, I hope the APEC economies, the scholars and the leaders as well as the stakeholders can work with each other and help the in-depth dialogue on energy and reach consensus concerning the results of the forum so that we can make contributions to the sustainable development of APEC regions. I wish the forum a great success and all the best to all of you. Thank you, Mr. Kong Dan, for your opening remarks. We can better understand the nature of a green development. We now come to the end of the opening ceremony. Now we will have the welcome speech session, and I will give my microphone to the host. Thank you, Vice President Du Peng, for your moderation and also the remarks by different speakers just now. And today, we now would like to invite Vice President of Renmin University, Mr. Wang Yi, to chair this session. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am the Vice President of Renmin University, Wang Yi, and just now 5 distinguished guests gave the opening speech for the session today, for the forum today. Now we would like to invite 4 speakers and to extend the welcome speech. First of all, let's welcome President of Hong Kong Polytechnic University and academician of Chinese Academy of Sciences, Mr. Teng Jingguang, to give us the welcome speech.
Well, thank you, Chairman, distinguished guests, honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the APEC Energy Forum 2022, which is jointly hosted by Renmin University and the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. So on behalf of the university, it is my great honor to welcome all of you to this very important meeting. To save time, I would like to ask you to forgive me for not listing, going through the list of organizations which have provided very important support to the event. But of course, obviously, this forum could not have been organized successfully without your support. In particular, I would like to mention the support and cooperation from Renmin University. Let me see. Renmin University arranged through Professor Xu Qinghua. Now, the Hong Kong Polytechnic University is very committed to education and research in the area of sustainable urban development. We have many programs which are devoted to educating our students in this area. For example, this year we launched two new master programs. One is called Sustainable Technology for Carbon Neutrality, and the other one is called Master of Science in ESG and Sustainability. So these are just examples of the kind of programs we have at PolyU. In research, we have many research units which are devoted to this area. We have a research institute for smart energy. We have a research institute for sustainable urban development. And also, of course, we have this Policy Research Center for Innovation and Technology, which is our unit looking after the organization work of this particular forum. Now, this Policy Research Center has been newly set up with three focus areas. One is carbon neutrality. The second one is collaboration with Belt and Road countries. And the third one is actually the development of innovation and technology in the Greater Bay Area. So we hope that through our educational and research programs, we will be able to make our contribution to the combating of climate change and helping us to secure a good future for the planet. In fact, for the PolyU campus, we also have developed a carbon neutral campus roadmap. We target to achieve carbon neutrality on campus by 2045, which is 5 years before the targeted date of 2050 by the Hong Kong government. And we are working on identifying and implementing technologies on campus to do that. In fact, we have a very basic guiding principle for us. That is, any technology that can help us reduce carbon emissions developed by PolyU will be applied on campus first. Well, the APEC Energy Forum 222 presents a fantastic opportunity for in-depth, constructive dialogues on timely and topical aspects of energy and climate change. I'm very pleased to see that we have a number of very distinguished scholars, business leaders, and young experts from different disciplines and different parts of the world with us here today. It is my pleasure to welcome you all, and I look forward to listening to your sharing in the sessions to come. Thank you.
感谢彭锦光校长的精彩致辞。接下来有请
President Teng Jingguang for the fantastic remarks. Now I'm going to invite Mr. Pan Jiang, Deputy Director General of the International Department, NDRC. Your Honorable Ms. Amida, Lin Shaoli, and Xie Zhanghuan, distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone. It's my great honor to attend this APEC Energy Forum 2022. Please allow me on behalf of the International Department and DRC to extend our warm congratulations on the convocation of this forum. The Chinese government pays a lot of attention to climate change, and China is now resolutely pursuing green and low carbon development. China will try to peak carbon emission before 2030 and realize carbon neutrality before 2060. That is the solemn commitment made by China, led by President Xi Jinping, and made by the Party Central Committee. And this is also our absolute choice for the building of a community of a shared future for human beings. China, as the largest developing country, will realize the highest reduction of carbon intensity, and we will spend the shortest time to shift from carbon peaking and carbon neutrality. That is the commitment made based upon our national commitments to respond to climate change. Realizing these goals are really tough. It is a long and hard journey. Energy is the blood and the lifeline of industry. Sustainable development of the economy and society cannot be achieved without energy. And we have to restructure our energy mix. Low carbon and green transition is now put high on the agenda. The Chinese government is now controlling the energy consumption intensity and total energy consumption, and there is a strict control over the consumption of fossil fuel, and China is developing non-fossil fuel actively. And before 2030, China will realize carbon peaking, and we have the 2030 carbon peaking action plan. Energy transition is among the top of those actions. And great efforts will be made to develop new energy, hydropower, and we will develop nuclear power in an orderly and effective manner. And a new power system will be established. Ladies and gentlemen, the report of the 20th Congress points out that we have to move forward with a deep energy reform and develop a new energy system. As the biggest energy consumption and production country, China is resolute about energy transition, and we have taken robust measures in that process. China is following the new development concept, and we are taking a stepwise approach to realize green and low carbon and sustainable development. That is a consensus in Asia Pacific and across the world. Energy security, resilience, and accessibility are being challenged. Promoting international cooperation on energy green and low carbon transition is an important initiative and an important guarantee for energy security, accessibility, and resilience. And today we have participants from universities, research institutes, industry, and the government to jointly discuss the development trend. I hope that these inter and cross-disciplinary discussions will contribute wisdom to the low carbon and green transition of energy. Finally, I wish this forum complete success. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Director General Pan Jiang. Now I'm going to give the floor to Director Wei Xiaowei from the International Department of National Energy Administration, or PRC. Your Honorable Undersecretary Amida Alice Abana and Peng Jingguang, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to attend this APEC Energy Forum 2022. I want to thank the organizers for the kind invitation. Here on behalf of NEA and PRC, I would like to extend our warm congratulations to the convocation of this forum. Currently, climate change response and accelerated energy transition are a consensus across the world. APEC is one of the important multilateral cooperation platforms. It has been paying a lot of attention to sustainability and green development. In 2020, the 27th APEC Leaders Informal Meeting adopted the 2040 APEC vision and proposing the balanced, inclusive, sustainable energy development. And by 2040, we will make APEC strong and peaceful and pursue common prosperity. China always pursues the green and low carbon development concept, and the President Xi Jinping has developed some new strategy for energy development. Low carbon and green energy transition is our development direction. By the end of 2021, the wind and solar installed capacity and hydro installed capacity accounted for 33%, 40%, 36%, and 29%. Hydro, wind, solar, and biomass installed capacity are among the top in the whole world. And we have seen significant results in energy saving and emission reduction. And since 2012, we have supported 6.6% of GDP growth with the 3% of energy consumption growth, and we have saved 1.4 billion tons of coal equivalent. According to the report of the 20th Party Congress, China will work actively to pursue carbon peaking and carbon neutrality. We will move forward with a deep energy reform. Next, China will accelerate the development of a mixed energy structure featured by wind power, solar power, and biomass, etc. And in those Gobi and desert areas, we will develop large-scale wind farms. And we will also develop geothermal resources. And by 2030, the non-fossil fuel energy will reach 25%. We will make use of our strength in industrial chain to further optimize our energy structure. Communication among think tanks is an important part of APEC economies cooperation. The different APEC economies are at different development stages, and this kind of cooperation plays a very important role in pursuing green and low carbon energy development in these economies. And we should appreciate the great contributions of generations of developers. I sincerely hope that today's forum will be informative and rewarding. The organizers have invited a lot of guests, and there are diverse formats, and there will be a lot of rich discussions. I believe that this kind of discussion will broaden our vision and create a new path for energy development. It will widen our vision. And finally, I wish the APEC Energy Forum 2022 complete success. Thank you, Director Wei Xiaowei. Now I'm going to give the floor to Sumali and Taishu Paraki, PhD President of Chandrasekhar Rajarhat University, Thailand. The floor is yours.
The general For the Rajapat Jankasem University, we are delighted to be a part of the meeting today. Thank you for the honor that you have given us. So I would like to spend a short time to introduce our university. So we used to be the vocational school, and there are a total of 38 institutes in Thailand. So we have been established for decades now, and for our university, we just celebrate our 80th anniversary. For us, apart from the basic basic curriculum of the university, we also have the collaboration with other parties to contribute to the society at large. And also we have dedicated our projects to work with the other agencies so that we can have the green energy transformation. And for the APEC 2022 that Thailand is a host, we have 3 themes: open, connect, and balance. For the sub-meeting, there we will focus on the balance of the growth and the green conservation for the human life. For the COVID pandemic, which have lasted for 3 years now, we have a chance to learn about the resiliency and also the development that we can make during the COVID time, and also the importance of how to be greener to the world, especially the energy, the green energy and alternative energy. That is the theme of today's meeting. And I think that this indicates a great sign for us to work and collaborate between the public and private sector, as well as the educational institutes. We have many universities that already joined this policy and this direction. So we hope that there will be more roles for us to play to contribute to a greener society, greener development, and also the greener energy for a better future and the development of the whole ecosystem, so that we can have the clear sky and the clean water and air for the future generation. So I hope this meeting will be fruitful. We warmly welcome all parties and all participants, and we will provide full support to all our efforts together. Thank you. So thank you, the president of the Jankasem Rajapat University.
So we now come to the end of the opening ceremony. Thank you very much. And now we would like to invite the CGTN's Wang Mangmang to continue to host the session today. So thank you very much. The Energy Forum today aims to build a dialogue and exchange platform for the political, industrial, academic, research, and business and people in the relevant fields of APEC member economies. And we hope the forum today, via our dialogue and exchanges, can promote energy cooperation and sustainable development in Asia-Pacific region. We hope that we can contribute our wisdom and experience. Now we will come to the keynote speech session. Now let's invite Executive Dean of the National Development and Strategy Research Institute of Renmin University, Yan Jingming, to moderate the session. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, experts from APEC Economies. Good afternoon. I'm Yan Jingming from the Renmin University. I sincerely welcome all of you to attend APEC Energy Forum 2022. The Asia-Pacific region is the center of world economic growth. It is also an important region of energy consumption. To strengthen regional energy cooperation has broad prospect. The Energy Forum today, it is a very useful platform for us to strengthen multilateral dialogue. I would like to introduce the 6 speakers for this session. We have with us official of the Energy Department of ASCAP, Michael Williamson, President of GWM's ASEAN Operations, Zhang Jiamin, and Chairman of the AAUN and Professor of the University of Sydney, John Hearn, and President of Asia Pacific Energy Research Center, Kazu Tomo, and Vantana Ratamoto, President of Sura Tiny Raji University, and Song Yonghua from the Macau University. So now, first of all, let's invite official of the Energy Department of ASCAP, Mr. Michael Williamson, to give us a keynote speech. Welcome.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michael Williamson from the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or ESCAP. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the 2022 APEC Energy Forum. I think this forum is an excellent opportunity to examine how APEC regional cooperation can support and accelerate the energy transition, and to discuss the important contemporary challenges that we are all facing today. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum will touch on some very important topics. We will discuss the energy transition, green economic recovery, the electrification of the transport system, and other important topics. You will also hear the voice of the youth, which is critical to include in all of our discussions on the future. The significance of the countries that make up APEC cannot be overstated. Together, APEC members consume 56% of the world's energy. APEC produces 58% of the world's energy supply and 68% of the world's electricity generation. At the same time, many of the technology solutions for low carbon innovation in the energy sector are emerging from APEC. The energy demand across the APEC region is growing, and urgent steps are needed to meet this increased demand through renewables, energy efficiency, and low carbon fuels. Under its latest strategic plan for energy, APEC has set itself commendable targets for energy efficiency improvement and the greater use of renewable energy. APEC has a shared goal to improve energy intensity by at least 45% by 2035 relative to 2005 levels. For renewable energy, it is targeted at doubling in the share of modern renewables in the energy mix by 2030 relative to 2010. And indeed, it is set to achieve these goals on energy intensity improvement by at least 2034 and the renewable energy goal by 2026. This is a strong result that will support achievement of SDG 7 and the implementation of the Paris Agreement. ESCAP is also working with its member states in the Asia-Pacific region to advance the transition to sustainable energy, guided by the Sustainable Development Goals. We are supporting this process through our intergovernmental platform, our technical assistance, and research functions. For example, we are partnering with 17 countries across the region to develop SDG 7 roadmaps that set out optimized policies to close the gaps on challenges such as clean cooking, energy efficiency, and renewables. APEC has recognized that its members will consume more energy as their economies grow. And this growth will be the steepest in electricity as there is a shift to electrify more end uses. Accordingly, ESCAP is focused on the issue of regional power grid interconnection as an avenue to support more integration of renewables, lower costs for consumers, and enhance energy security. We have developed and agreed with our member states a 9-point plan to interconnect the region's grids. This plan addresses the planning, operations, financing, and regulatory steps that are needed to incrementally interlink the region's grids. It is a long-term plan to underpin social and economic development in the region and to support the low-carbon energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you well in your discussions. I wish you all a very successful forum, and I thank you.
Another.
好，
Thank you, Williamson, for your keynote speech. Now let's invite the President of GWM's ASEAN operation, Mr. Zhang Jiaming, to give us the keynote speech. Welcome. Respected Mr. Armida and Peter, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Zhang Jiaming from GWM. It is a great honor for me to attend the forum today to discuss the APEC Energy Cooperation. So renewable development is the consensus for people right now, and the vehicle industry is experiencing the unprecedented revolution. So renewable energy vehicle is the trend. The renewable energy is now integrated with the internet, so that vehicles is not only just a transportation tool, but a part of a people's life. Recent years, China's renewable energy vehicle sector increased dramatically. Its production and sales ranked #1 for 7 years in a row. And so in 2021, the renewable energy vehicles sales totaled about 3 million, accounting for 50%. So that is in 2021, in all across the world, for every 2 renewable energy vehicles sold, one of that is in the Chinese market. And China is leading the world in terms of the renewable energy vehicle. As one of the leaders in this area, GWM, after 30 years of development, is already a brand. In Thailand, GWM is committed to intelligent renewable energy vehicle and provides very good experience, and is now facilitating the sustainable development of the Thai economy. And we have won the recognition from the Thai society. Our Ola and also other brands in the Thailand had been the champion in its sales in Thailand. So Thailand renewable energy vehicle and intelligent vehicle is now in a prime period of time for development. This can not only promote the Thailand 4.0 strategy, it can also help to preserve environment protection and to support economic development of Thailand. And the GWM is committed to providing the best technologies and products to Thailand and to promote the development of the Thai automobile industry. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Zhang Jiaming, for your keynote speech. Now we would like to invite the chairman of AAUN and professor of the University of Sydney, Mr. Zhang Hearn, to give us the keynote speech. Welcome.
Good day, my dear colleagues. I'm Professor John Hearn, founding executive chairman of the Australia-Africa Universities Network. I'd like to make 4 points to seize the great opportunities presented by this APEC Forum. First, this APEC Forum, President's Forum, and Youth Forum are an ideal opportunity for the APEC Working Group to update and revise its framework with new initiatives, innovation, and actions aligned to the SDGs and 2030. New principles and strategy for an integrated energy transition are urgently needed based on the priorities of APEC economies. The multicultural creativity of APEC will give rise to new approaches and solutions. Evidence-based, simplified actions are required now. Time is not on our side. Second, an enhanced framework and practical guidelines can provide principles that will translate to major fields beyond the energy transition and environment balance. These include health and fitness, agriculture and food, education and skills, infrastructure, and urban development. These sectors can contribute hugely to overall green development. The activities, lifestyle, and behavior of every individual counts. So we must all take individual responsibility now as citizens to achieve broad-based and lasting impact for our future civilization, green economic development, and peace. Third, this forum can also strengthen coordination and implementation of programs. Perhaps it's time for an APEC University's Energy Research Network with objectives defined by the forum. APEC Australia links could also be strengthened. This could include a leading research university as a hub from each APEC economy and might link to a new global G20 universities energy research network, achieving teamwork, engagement, and the acceleration of change worldwide. Fourth, a steering group could develop criteria for equal partnership in strategy, policy, governance, resourcing, perhaps coordinated by a secretariat based at Renmin University and Hong Kong Polytechnic University, who have managed this forum so well. The scientific and cultural gaps, priorities and questions can be defined to stretch research capacity. Exchange programs can enlighten lives. The engagement of university presidents, researchers, and especially the development of younger generation leaders should be resourced adequately to 2030 to revitalize global policy frameworks such as the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
谢谢科恩教授的精彩演讲。下面有请。
Thank you, Professor Hearn. Now I'm going to invite Mr. Kazutomo, President of Asia Pacific Energy Research Center, to deliver a keynote speech.
The Asia Pacific Energy Research Center, APEC, which is a think tank supporting energy policy cooperation under the framework of APEC. The world now faces a very difficult energy problem. We need to secure enough energy supply at affordable prices. At the same time, we need to reduce emissions of carbon dioxide, CO2, and other greenhouse gases coming from the consumption and the production of energy in order to decelerate global warming. The dual goals of energy security and global environmental protection are difficult to accomplish in the current energy system, which is largely dependent on fossil fuels. Successfully eliminating or capturing all energy-related emissions will require enormous efforts by all countries. The 21 APEC members are no exception. Since APEC includes rapidly growing economies, which will naturally require more energy in future, the energy transition for these economies is even more challenging than for developed economies. I have observed that the current discussions on energy transition tend to be heavily influenced by experiences in Europe. European countries pioneered low carbonization and decarbonization in their energy system, so it would be wise for the APEC region to learn from their experiences. While learning from the European experiences, we must also recognize that the APEC region and Europe have considerable differences in natural conditions and social contexts, which should be considered in designing future energy systems. The Europeans strongly recommended that all countries electrify their energy supply and increase power generation from renewable energy, especially solar and wind. The Europeans argue that low carbonization and ultimately decarbonization requires that we stop using fossil fuels immediately or in the near future. However, these policies have degraded energy security in Europe. In addition, the European approach is even more difficult in most of APEC member economies, especially in those in Asia. The wind in Asia is not as steady as they are in Northwest Europe. Sunshine in Asia is not as reliable as in Southwest Europe, as there is a lot of rainfall in Asia. Moreover, unlike Europe, grid systems are not well interconnected in Asia. If a grid system is as wide as in Europe, you can usually expect the wind to be blowing and the sun shining somewhere within the system. Intermittency of wind power and solar power can be somewhat neutralized by the sheer size of grid system. In Asia, we cannot expect such a fortunate condition. We will increase wind power and solar power, but we will still have to rely on gas power and even coal power for the time being as dispatchable power sources in order to keep power supply stable and reliable. APEC produces the APEC Energy Demand and Supply Outlook every 3 years as its flagship publication. The 8th and latest edition was published in September this year. In carbon neutrality scenario shows a hypothetical decarbonization pathway for each APEC member economy. In the carbon neutrality scenario, APEC-wide CO2 emissions are projected to decline by 67% in energy sector by 2050. However, this substantial reduction is still less than the pledged emission reduction targets of many governments. The remaining emissions can be partly absorbed in non-energy sector by afforestation and other measures. But further innovation in energy sector, including technological innovation and policy innovation, which are still unforeseeable at this moment, is very much needed. I believe the role of researchers, especially those in universities who work to develop breakthrough innovations, is essential in achieving the ambitious targets required to bring an energy transition towards a decarbonized world. Thank you for your kind attention.
谢谢日向一友先生的精彩演讲。
Thank you, Mr. Kazutoma Ari, for the fantastic speech. Now I'm going to invite Watana Raitamprom, President of Surat Thani Rajabat University, Thailand. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my profound appreciation for giving me an opportunity to join this special event. I am Assistant Professor Dr. Watana Ratanaprom, Acting President of Surat Thani Rajapat University, a public university in the southern part and one of the 38 Rajapat Universities in Thailand. As all of us here, including government, civil society, and business sectors, have already realized that nowadays, in our fast digital transitioning world, we have living among several environmental problems affected by the climate change. For example, climate disturbance, acid rain, deforestation, species extinction, soil erosion, air pollution, ozone depletion, and many more. Therefore, it is the best time for us to work together to solve these problems. Universities and even its schools have become very much concerned in general and environmental sustainable developments, as we believe that striving towards sustainability will assure the continuation of living in peace, prosperity, and sustainable environment. Thus, adopting the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, in the campus will help us in protecting our planet and its inhabitants in all levels. Although the SDGs cover a broad range of social, environmental, and economic development issues, the SDGs present clear directions towards the green transformation, which is a development approach pursuing the chief society towards sustainability to deal with climate change, bridging digital transformation. According to the SDGs, most universities like SRU now recognize that sustainable development and green transformation need to be addressed in research, education, management, and collaboration. For researchers in the field of sustainable environment and green energy, the university has to put more attempt in creating capacities in both transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary researches, academic works, innovations, solutions, and knowledge for local, national, and international implementations. In terms of education, the university has to educate and motivate their students for the green transformation. It can be done through lectures, seminars, short courses, or even subjects in general education or specific programs. In addition, we have to mobilize them for actions both inside and outside campus. For management to support sustainable environment and green energy, the university has to issue practices to promote green campus. For example, reducing management practices that affect water pollution, investing in renewable energy and environmental friendly materials, increasing green area, and promoting internal and external cooperation and others. In terms of leadership and collaboration, the university has to promote dialogue and action between sectors, and to show how the university compromises with sustainable environment and green energy, as well as to develop advocacy policies and promote the public engagement. In summary, higher education institutions have a great responsibility to form the future, because education is the basis for all achievement. With well-educated and social and global awareness mindsets from higher education, a group of the next generation of changing agents will be ready to protect and support our planet. In addition, the collaboration between government, civil society, and business sectors in local, national, and international levels, as well as the social and public engagement, are also the key factors to promote the sustainable environment and green energy. Thank you very much.
Thank
you, President Ratana Prom, for the fantastic speech. Now I'm going to give the floor to Professor Song Yonghua, President of Macau University.
Good afternoon. I'm Yonghua Song, Rector of the University of Macau. It is my great honor to join the APEC University President's Forum on Green Transformation and the Development of Higher Education. In recent years, it has become the consensus of the international community to tackle climate change and promote the global green transformation and carbon neutrality. The 2030 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations are an essential milestone for this consensus. To realize those goals, extensive and in-depth multilateral cooperation between the international governments and all sectors of our society are indispensable. Among them, higher education plays a critical role, especially in scientific and technological innovation and talent development. As our international public comprehensive university in Macau, the University of Macau actively responds to the green transformation and carbon neutrality strategic goals of the Chinese and Macau SAR governments. We conduct systematic strategic planning and long-term in-depth work in scientific research, intellectual property, and knowledge transfer, as well as talent development. I'm honored to take this opportunity to present to you a brief report. First of all, the University of Macau endeavors to promote green and low-carbon theoretical research and key technology development. We have established several interdisciplinary platforms, include the State Laboratory of Internet of Things for Smart City and the Institute of Applied Physics and Materials Engineering, to carry out interdisciplinary cooperation among scholars from various fields, such as physics, materials, chemicals, energy, and power. In recent years, those interdisciplinary cooperations have led to breakthroughs in new energy collection, high-density energy storage, energy-saving materials, and urban integrated energy systems. Second, the University of Macau actively conducts industry-university research cooperations with leading energy companies to promote the transformation of green, low-carbon, scientific and technological achievements. The energy industry is the key industry for China to achieve the dual carbon goal. In this respect, we have been managing several joint projects with Macau Electric Company and other enterprises. We have also established a joint laboratory of smart power and energy for carbon neutrality with China Southern Power Grid Corporation, one of the largest power companies in China. Through those cooperations, we are able to further advance our R&D and leverage our R&D achievement to promote the green and low carbon transformation of the energy industry in China. Third, the University of Macau attaches great importance to cultivating young talents. We have established a comprehensive curriculum system to cultivate multi-level green and low carbon talents at bachelor's, master's, and doctoral levels. In addition to regular undergraduate and graduate programs in related fields, we will launch a new master's program in innovative materials next year, which is dedicated to cultivating specialized talents in interdisciplinary fields. It is our common vision to facilitate the global green, low-carbon transformation and build a better homeland together. The advanced green and low-carbon technologies and a good supply of high-caliber talents are essential mission of universities. We look forward to working with universities in Asia-Pacific region to carry out in-depth cooperation. Finally, I wish everyone good health and happy life. Thank you.
感谢宋永华校长的精彩演讲。
Thank you, Rector Song Yonghua, for your speech. We now come to the end of a keynote speech. We will come to the parallel sessions. The microphone will be given to the host, Wang Mangmang. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Yan Jingming. Also, we would like to thank all the 6 speakers. And just now, you reviewed our achievements, and also your speech are also very inspiring. Now we will come into parallel 1 in Thailand. The theme is green economic recovery and a new energy transformation trend. And this parallel session is held by Thailand China Research Center of the Belt and Road Initiative. And the Thailand China Research Center was established in 2018 and has promoted the cooperation of the think tanks between the two. And now we would like to invite Natapa to chair the session.
I'm so delighted to have a chance to exchange the ideas. We have So we discussed, we have, in the past 3 years, we have temporary plan. We focus on innovations, and we try to focus on value economies. And we also looking at the global environment. And in order to comply with SDG model, as you all know, that we also focus on circular economies. Thailand really focus on those areas, and we aim for carbon zero models, and we also include those issues in these forums. When we talk about we also thinking about renewable energies. When talking about renewable energies, has been occur in Thailand for 20 years. And so these are very key factors. Sorry, the audio, it's not that clear at all. So as a member, those factors are very important. And one thing that I would like to present is about the trends of green energy. And look at the trends of automotive sectors and EV vehicle. And we made some observations on green energies. Clear at all. And we have biomass. And electric energies should be more applied in the future. We try to comply with SDGs goals, and has been determined the policies. My apologies, I cannot really. The sound wasn't clear at all. And Thailand also aim for carbon neutrality and zero greenhouse gas emissions. And we aim for carbon zero by the year. With all the policies that we announced, the government also announced the strategy plans. We have national plan, and we also focus on alternative energies more and more in order to comply with the commitment, and we try to promote biomass energies. A couple of years ago, we also created community electrical plants.
And applying solar energy, the cost of solar energy is so low, and what I would like to emphasize Thailand should we try to reduce the disparities. So we need to get it to the regional level, and we need a clear policy. And for Asia and China, we want to reduce the carbon emission by 65% within 2030 and to go down to 0% in 2065. So superpowers of the world are working on that. And I have 3 to 4 policies. Sorry, the sound is breaking up really badly, so I cannot listen to Thai clearly. Sorry. So in this case, we see that this is very important. And next, in the past year, when we talk about the green energy, we need to also integrate the community. And this can drive the community. And at the same time, we need additional quality. And also we can use the local raw material like the sugar cane peels and also the corn peel. And that can generate a new industry.
ดูเรื่องด้านการที่เราเป็นต่างนะครับสัดส่วนการใช้ผู้ผลิตได้ต่างๆที่ต้องผู้ที่ผลิตไฟฟ้าแบบที่ป้อนรวมถึงการเอาเอไอเข้ามาในการดำเนินการนะครับซึ่งสิ่งที่คือดีตัวที่3ที่เรียกว่าที่มีรายสิ่งนี้ตัวนี้ตัวสุดท้ายครับคือประเทศทั้งโลกในประเทศนี้ทั้งโลกเนี่ย
So the whole world, we are working towards the zero emission. So for Thailand, we have the automobile compatibility, and so for this transition is something that the government can must to encourage and to promote, and also for the promotion and the support for the people to use the electric vehicle. This is very important. This is the policy for the year 2050. And now we have the 50-50 policy for the production of the electrical vehicle by 50% in the year 2030. And we want to remain the hub of the automobile production for Thailand. So when we want to go to EV, it will be high value and the battery is important. So for the BOI, we have many BOI producers. We have more than 15 producers, and most of them are from China. We have the Great Wall Motor, Foxconn from Taiwan, and BYD from China. So this express the direction of the EV industry in Thailand, and we also have Mercedes in Europe. So this is something that the government have to encourage. So we have the value chain that is already strong. So we believe that we can maintain the leadership in this sector. And what I would also like to add that in this transition period for Bangkok, we have the EV bus, about 2,000 of them. And we believe that not more than 3 to 4 years, we would see all the EV bus available in Bangkok. And for the boats, passenger boats that we have, now we start to have the EV transition. And for Thailand, for the sales of the vehicle, for the month of January to September, we see the registration of about 10,000 EV cars and also 2,000 e-bike. So total number is quite interesting for the trend that is ongoing. We are now in the transition period. And for the neighboring countries, also you will notice the change. We start to see the commitments, declaration. So for the leadership, the regional leadership, we want to push for the auto parts to be domestic too. Within 2040, in 2019, it is 40%, and we want to get to 80% for the use of auto parts in Indonesia within 2030. And of course, we are need to also be the leadership in the battery production. Germany has provided incentive for the use of EV cars with the tax measures and also the subsidy for those who want to transfer to use the EV car. If you are individual, you get 5,000 euro if you shift to EV car. And I talked to the ambassador of Finland in Thailand, and we see how we can shift to the EV use with the free tollway fee and also the free parking space and also with the incentive. So the government can also learn from that too for this transition. This is very important. And lastly, I have certain observation for the importance on the transition to green energy. If you want to increase the proportion of use, then we need technology to help on that. And for the organizations that provide the service on energy, like in Thailand, we have the power management, like the Metropolitan Electricity Authority, and we also have the provincial power authority. We have to use digitization for this transition so that we can integrate the existing automotive industry, whether it is the gas or the fossil fuel, and the use of the EV. And also we need to use the smart grid system. When we use the alternative energy, whether it is the biomass or the other type of the natural resources, we have to have the storage as well. So battery is important to get this business going. Solar also is another important and interesting option. So I believe that the transition that is happening for the solar rooftop, for example, it would be another important transition. So if you if you work in the real estate development or the real estate related industry, you can offer the campaign for the solar rooftop for the housing projects. And if any house have the solar rooftop, then they can pay in installment and it can be included in the house loan. So if we can do that and that integrated with the government policies like if the community or the individual can produce power or electricity, then they should enjoy the income from that by deducting the electricity charge with using the smart meter. That can also help to change and shift the economic structure to be more EV. And one more transition that we need to be careful about and we need to expedite in the Russian and Ukraine war. We also felt the crisis too in terms of the use of fuel and also the gas, which is one of the main businesses. When I was the minister, I think that the energy cost is about $6, but now it's 40. And so we rely on the power from the power plant by 60%. So that's why the utility charge surge. And now it happens in all the economies of the world, and it impacts the economic structure, inflation, and all other aspects. So this is why we need to expedite on the change. And Thailand is lucky because we have the chance to overcome this obstacle because we already have the strength to be the leader in the green power, green energy. If the government policy would facilitate that, along with the drive on how to cascade down from policy into implementation. This is what the governments have to focus on. So thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Sultan gave a very productive speech, and he talked about the green energy and EV transportation. And so he tried to integrate and really focus on that not only cause the benefits to Thailand but to the world. So these are the key points that he already mentioned. And up next, we invite our four speakers, and let me invite all four speakers come up on the stage. Number one, Mr. Vice President of Thailand. Please, over to you. And secondly, Kun Wanna Pariler, Managing Director of Thong 33 Industry Estates. And next, Head of Civil and Construction Management Engineering, Faculty of Science, Rajapatjan Kasem Universities. The fourth speaker, Dr. Virun Vichai Wongpakdi, the Director of Thai Chinese Research Center, Dr. Virun. And the moderator for this session, may I invite Dr. Natapat Ryangmaniya, Consultant to Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation. So he'll be moderating this session, and let me hand over the floor to you, please. Good afternoon, all distinguished guests, and good afternoon to all speakers, and thank you very much for your time. And as we know that in the afternoon, we heard about the trends, how we manage the energy sustainability. So without further ado, let me walk you into the sessions. We can develop green economics and new energy transportation trends. My first question, let me ask Mr. Chanchit Chaisupo, Vice President of Great Wall Motor Thailand. So recently you can see that Aura got cut, or we have a lot of EV vehicle in Thailand. But I would like to ask you, if Great Wall Motor, how Great Wall Motor give attention to develop EV vehicle for the future. Thank you very much. Let me say that Great Wall Motor entered the Thailand market for 2 years already. Many of you may know that we buy GM factories in Rayong province in order to establish our plant outside China. This is the good start when we try to enter the market, and we produce Haval X6, and we import 100% of our good cat EV vehicle. Reason that we get very good feedback because of our brand strategies, because we aim for new energy. As you know, that the success in China in order to develop they have successful green policies, and so that they can become successful in Thailand market. So people has confidence on Chinese EV vehicle, and those vehicles are reliable. And a second strategy is about new intelligence. So our car did not only use electric energies, and we help driver to save. We provide lane keeping features, so the car can park, or a good cat can really help the driver to be safe. And thirdly, about good experience. When Great Wall entered the Thailand market, we try to sell our car online. We apply digital economy. We adopt we adopt digital sort of digitalizations. So these are our three strategies. So the distance for Aura to travel is 500 kilometers. Driver can charge the battery at home, and our company will help install the charger at customer home. And this kind we apply smart technology, and consumer or driver will have confidence to buy or to shop or to search and check the features of our car. Thank you.
So this is the answer that help us to guess the future of the EV car, and also Great Wall Motor has bring a lot of confidence to Thai consumers. So, I think that there will be no surprise that we will see more brands from China for EV cars to be here in Thailand. And for China, for the investment in Thailand, what you think is the obstacles, or what would be good for the privilege, or any room for improvement? So let me ask Khun Wannaroririrt, Managing Director of Bo Thong 33 Industrial Estate, for these questions. And the answer is, so thank you very much for the question. And for the Bo Thong Industrial Estate, we work on the ecosystem. We are the eco-friendly industrial estate. So for us, we place importance on the green projects as well as the green energy. So all the projects that we have, it contains the modern energy or the alternative energy companies. So that includes EV cars. And we have the EV supply chain service provider that already settled in the industrial estate, and also those that works on the solar energy. So we have many tenants in the green industry already. For EV manufacturing, I think that the government have a lot of support. For example, today we have people from the relevant agencies, and also we have the representative from Great Wall Motors, two of them actually. And
ก็สนับสนุนให้ทาง supply chain ของ EV เข้ามานะคะ
for the EV, and for the other energy, we still have certain obstacles. For example, if we have to import the raw materials from overseas, the BOI privilege is that it has to be all export. So for solar cell, for example, after we import in, almost 100% is exported outside Thailand. Although actually Thailand has a lot of sunlight, and it's perfect solution for our country. So if we can support on this front, like for the supply chain, or to provide more opportunities for Thailand to manufacture for and sell the solar roof panels in Thailand, that can help improve the situation, I believe.
ถ้าเกิดเราเปรียบเทียบกับประเทศ
I
ที่
would
เป็น
like to ask more questions. If you compared with the countries in the same region, having this kind of incentive program, if you compare to our neighboring countries, whether or not our scheme is competitive enough. Talking about energy, if we compare our program with other countries, I think that we have quite good program. And for example, the government, Thai government. Look at many countries. Look at the competitors in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Vietnam. And those countries, they try to apply different programs to compete with each other. And except some countries, they cannot buy land or plot. They may rent long-term land lease. But in Thailand, well, we have enough space to manufacture. Next, may I invite, I'll ask Professor Dr. Charan. He's the head of civil and construction management engineering, and he create the project on glass wall on energy saving program. May I ask Mr. Charan, how do you see the trends of energy saving program in Thailand? And as your energy engineers, how you can apply those programs in order to improve the capabilities in Thailand further? We need to understand first that energy that we consume every day are fossil energy like oil. It's unavoidable not to use fossil. So all the mechanism or especially in Thailand, our full cost really rely on global market price. Speaking of using the energy, we as an individual we cannot really but we need to best use of we have to sort of select the energy, the best energy for use. For example, like alternative energy. Like myself, we run the research on renewable or alternative energy. We use the glass walls and we don't need to use electricity at all because it can help absorb the heat from the sun and this kind of wall is more or less like it needs solar power and that can really help cool down your house. And talking about the energy problem in Thailand, as I said, that it really depends on global market mechanism, and we have to put an effort and offer more alternative energy in order to reduce the full energy cost. As you know, that our electricity cost is very high. We paid highest cost now. And I heard that electricity costs in Thailand will increase even more because the energy cost it's very high, and we use our water energy cost is very high, even higher than diesel cost. So the people need to make good plan to consume the energy and for solar energy is very good alternative energy though, but you have to evaluate about the return of your investment because you don't really invest in only rooftop material. You have to pay for maintenance costs And technology keeps changing all the time. You may recall that 10 years ago, solar cell cost is very high per watt. Now the cost of solar cell dropped a lot. If you invest solar rooftop now, the technology may be cheaper in the next 5 years. So you have to do evaluation first, whether or not you use a proper energy, and if you put investment, how much return that you will get. Thank you.
จากที่เราได้ฟังมาเราเห็นแล้วว่าแนวโน้มการใช้พลังงานมีความสำคัญการจัดการพลังงานมีความสำคัญยิ่งกว่าครับว่าเราควรจะต้อง
So actually we'll learn that we need to have the energy efficiency and also to find the right solution. So next let's ask Dr. Vibun, because you are the head of the committee and you had a lot of relation with China. So can you share with us on what are the gap between the development of Thailand and China, please? So I would like to give a short answer. So for the green energy, I think that there's a problem and gaps in all the countries because, well, this is a long journey. And what I see clearly is they have shift to green energy and they use technology to expedite the change. So for China, I also study in China, so I saw the development and how they use the technology. So they have the green path, which they try to transfer the know-how and also to educate the people and also the world about this. And in China, they not only develop their own green energy, but also for the whole world in overseas too. They seek for the collaboration. It's like they are the team leader that would like to recruit as many team members as possible to enjoy the achievement together. So this is how China can become successful.
Thank you very much. And I would like to ask more questions. We know that now Thailand invests in EV a lot since the year 2020. And Thailand expect that we would like to be the center of EV vehicle producing countries. You can see that there are many companies from the Western or from China, especially for BYD. They invest and set up the plant in Thailand. And may I ask Mr. Kanchit from Great Wall Motor how you see the EV vehicle trends in Thailand and in ASEAN? Thank you. Thank you very much. Great Wall entered to Thailand market with clear vision. We make announcement that we will be HEV leaders in ASEAN region. What is HEV mean? Car hybrid, plug-in hybrid mean it could use, it could be charged, it could use. In order to be HEV leaders, we will not only import cars from China and sell it to consumer here, but we look in long term. We consider how Thailand could be the production base, especially talking about the benefits, the current benefits. You know that we have ASEAN-China FTA, meaning that CBU car or EV vehicle is one of that require 0% duty fees. In order to compete with other countries, we need to gain the government privilege schemes so that the manufacturers can be competitive. all the potential parts or important EV car parts to be produced from Thailand. So we talk with the government sector to promote or to support us to produce the car and lithium batteries, and the 100% of the price, 50% of the EV cars is from the batteries. So this is very important. Even though there are other automotive parts such as motors or other VMS battery system like semiconductors. So those parts are important in order to make Thailand to be the hub of production, EV production. In order to maintain competitiveness, right now we also production hub for ICE, but we would like to gain more support to become EV vehicle production base. So we have to look how we can produce important parts. Look at Chinese brand. They are also active. Not only Great Wall, BMG, Beta, or other brands, they are about to enter to the market. But these are the options for consumers. And look at Toyota. They just launched EV car. Who believes that brand who always deny EV vehicle, but no one can avoid the global costs because the world is changing. The world is looking for alternative energy, and everyone care for environment. So I'd like to leave a message that Thailand, in order to make Thailand be competitive, we have to produce automotive parts, and we have to think about how to produce the EV vehicle parts too.
So another question from the floor is we also need to know how for our domestic production, but we now know about the plug-in hybrid, and also hydrogen alternative. So can you share with us about the future trend of the automotive industry, and how about the Great Wall Motor? So we all use the electricity as the power source, but it will derive from different resources like the hybrids, that will be the fuel oil and the electricity, but there's no plug-in. So for the plug-in, you can plug it to the charger, and if you run for a distance of more than 100 kilometers, then you have to charge or something like that. For Great Wall Motors, we have now coverage of 200 kilometers. So the commuters or those who use the cars in the city, you can charge every weekend. And if you want to go further to other provinces that have hundreds of kilometers away, then you can charge, and also you can use the fuel. So it can help with a little bit of a change of lifestyle, and then you have to plan yourself a little bit on finding the right charger destination. And in the future, for fuel cells is also an important choice, and hydrogen can be filled to the car. So it can have the chemical reaction and then generate the power that you need for the car. So you can use it with the motor, and a part of it will be stored in the battery. Now hydrogen, there's still the problem on how to contain the hydrogen, because it's quite complicated because it has to be highly pressurized, and also to put to shelf it in the storage of more than minus 40 degrees. So that's a complication. We already have the prototype car, but it cannot commercialize. But if you ask me what is the trend for the future, of course, the electrical vehicle would be the future, because we have the concern on the climate change and the CO2 emission. And at the same time, we need the power security too. So these are the future trends, but how to part or which technology will be the best choice, it depends on the context of each country and also the determination as well as sincerity on the infrastructure development for the government and the public sector to drive this progress. So for Great Wall, we are the private sector. We need to work with the government and also to communicate on any barriers that we feel so that we can overcome them together. That's how we can drive for further progress.
Thank you very much. When I heard from you, it's not that easy. There's a lot of details that we have to work on, especially for technology. We have to make good decision to select proper technology. We have to look at our capabilities. We have seminar in the university. Let me ask the Ms. Wanna how Thailand is ready, such as human resources, facilities, how we can develop ourselves in order to be the EV production base. Thank you very much, moderators. Back to your questions. You asked very important question. Thailand now, we lack a lot of human resources. We are at Ratchapat universities, and we believe that at these universities, it cooperate with private companies to develop students on solar cell energy knowledge. So this is the leading university in Thailand. Let me tell you first that talking about human resources, when talking about alternative energy, let me divide into 3 parts. Number 1, for vocational students, for those who we have limited of those students who know about solar cell or battery. We still lack a lot of people. Secondly, researchers. Many universities, we have engineer faculty, we have science faculties, but we don't have alternative energy faculty or not a few faculties. We have nuclear faculties, we have we don't have sort of alternative energy faculty like hydrogen or lithium. So these are new kind of energy that we have to make more studies. And apart from that, we lack of researchers. So you can see that in China is very advanced country on this issue because Thailand would like to build a green countries, and China has clear goal to turn the country to be green countries, and they have a good technology, and they give budget to do green research. Let's say to research on solar energy, wind energy, or new technology such as solar cells, or even traditional energies, so you can or wind or water energies. All those know-how in China, China has a lot of know-how, and China is an open country. China is an open and connected country, and they're ready to connect with other countries. For the benefits of both countries. So we consider that this could be a good opportunity to partner with China to develop the people, to develop human resources and technology together. how to educate people, but to use a modern technology in order to turn Thailand to be a green country. Thank you.
So this is a very good concept that we can develop the personnel and also collaboration between universities for future benefits in the energy sector. So next, let me ask Dr. Jaran. There's a question, special question on this for you. We have participants here asking about the supercharge charging station that have the wall charger at offices. So for the charging station at work, is it more necessary than at a gas station? So from the perspective of engineer, to establish or install the wall chargers or the charging station at office building, what do you think about the investment, and is it appropriate? And the answer is, if you ask me if it is necessary, if I'm not mistaken, I think that when you charge it at Siam, then you have to pay too. Okay, so if it is something that is chargeable, then it's a sound investment for the investor, the owner of the building, that is. But on technical side, for civil engineering, you have to also think about the loads and the effects that will occur. You may think it's trivial because it's only a few kilowatts per one charger, but actually there would be heat. That would be another concern, which may impact the building. So you have to consider the structure, whether it can match this application. It's like you're building house and then you will attach the new roofs to the old structure. And what would happen is the whole house will collapse or will have any crackings that should not occur. So the charger works in the same way. If you have the new charging station or if you want to install the charger, you have to think about the impact, because the impact can be the impact on internal use, interior use. If it is not non-residential, then maybe it's easier. And for the expansion, for EV car use, what's important is the convenience of use. When you buy it, you feel that it's okay. And now people start to have EV cars. It's more and more popular in the era that the fuel oil is so expensive. So it provides a good incentive for the expedition. But now, when in real use case, when you have to charge it, where to charge it, and how long does it take? And also the performance of the car is another thing, because the Thai people, they love to go to private garage shop, auto shop, or else we will not have this many second-hand cars. So it is our social context. To a certain point, we will stop going to the car dealers garage, and we'll go to the any private garage shop instead. And they may not have the right set of expertise. So it could be problematic. So for the wall charger or the charging station, it's actually a good option for the users, and it will enhance the convenience of it, because now it is seen as a limitation on the EV progress, because people still wonder where to get the charger along the way. So if you can provide alternative, it's always good. But on the civil engineering perspective, you cannot just put any charger in any particular place that you would like to see. It's like a U-turn bridge on Ramatu Road. People think that it's just normal, but actually recklessness can cause a lot of damage.
So we receive questions from the floor. Let me ask Kun Kantit again. People said Chinese manufacturers come to Thai market a lot more. They're concerned that if the car was broken, well, people cannot find enough spare parts. For Great Wall, we expand our service and showrooms. And this year, we target to expand to 80 locations in Thailand, but not all provinces. But we expand to main provinces, and we have technicians to provide service to consumer. The professor talked about training, which is so important. They have to understand the electrical system in the car, and people need to understand a battery system. So we do not recommend to remove any parts unnecessary. We have to have technicians. So I can rest you assured that for Great Wall, we have planned to expand our service to different areas, and we can provide after-sale service to take care of the EV car. But let me talk about the safety issue. In Siam Square area, we provide quick charge with direct electricity, and that working at charging station did not cable from the main building. So the charging station can provide 120 kilowatt, which is quite strong. But don't be confused about your own charging dock at home. That's AC. The electricity was only 6.6 kilowatt or 16 amp, and that is very low watt. But that's why people need to spend 8 to 10 hours to charge EV car. But reason that I explained for fixed charge that we use direct electricity, we will not connect with directly with the building, because electrical system we need to connect with the main cable. Talking about safety is not an issue. Even though we use direct electricity, it will not really impact. But for slow charge or slow chargers, it did not require high watt. But consumer need to spend a long time to charge EV cars. But it's kind of safe because we comply with standards from electricity authority of Thailand, and we have to comply with the law. Every time that we install charging dock, it requires license. People cannot install the charging dock themselves. So I'd like to confirm that EV producers of Great Wall, we have specialists to take care if the consumer needs maintenance service. You may hear that we don't need to really maintain or do maintenance because there's not so many parts, and we don't have to change the engine oil and etc. Thank you.
Due to the time limitation, thank you all the speakers for the useful information on personal development and also the new energy developments, as well as the EV vehicle trends in the future. For the interest of time, and we also have parallel discussion and other panels in the overseas. So we would like to thank all the panelists. So a big round of applause for all the panelists in this session. Thank you. Thank you, our moderator, Kun Chithai from Great Wall Motor, Kun Wanna Law Rửa Managing Director of Bawtong 33 Industrial Estate, and Kun Jaran Ratana Shotinan, Head of Civil and Construction Management Engineering, Rajapatan Kasem, Dr. Virun Pichai Pakdi for the One Road One Belt Institute, and moderator General Dr. Nathapat Rangmaniya consultant to the Minister of the Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, Thailand. Next would be the Parallel Forum from Hong Kong for Energy Transition and Energy Access Initiative for the SDG Goal 2030.
Well, many thanks to Dr. Natapat, Rayaminia, and our speakers there over in Bangkok. So the 29th APEC Leaders Meeting will be held in Bangkok next week, and Chinese President Xi Jinping will be attending that event and pay an official visit to Thailand. And expectations are high that the meeting will come up with new visions and policies that could inject new impetus to the green development of member economies under the APEC framework. All right, now let's hand things over to Hong Kong. And the theme of discussion for our panelists in Hong Kong is Energy Transition and Energy Access Initiative. This forum is being hosted by the Research and Innovation Center of the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. And the center has been conducting research on subjects including carbon neutrality, information technology, and the Belt and Road Initiative. It has been playing a very important role in facilitating the technological innovation of the Greater Bay Area and national development. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Eric Cui, co-chair of the Research and Innovation Center of the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. He is kindly speaking on behalf of Professor Christopher Chow, the Vice President of Research and Innovation Center of the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. Because he's having some physical conditions, we wish him a speedy recovery. So please welcome Professor Eric Cui to moderate our discussion in Hong Kong.
That we have been discussing throughout this afternoon. So without further ado, let me first of all invite the first speaker, Mr. Pan. And Mr. Pan Yu-hong, JP, and is the director of the Electrical and Mechanical Services Department, the government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. And Mr. Pan is also a fellow of the Hong Kong Institution of Engineers and a chartered engineer. Right now, I pass on to you, Mr. Pan, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Professor Christopher Chow, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor to join you all in these parallel forums today. Combating climate change is a global responsibility shared by every economy and every person. As a collaborative effort, many APEC economies have set the decarbonization targets since the COP26. Energy transition and energy access initiatives are vital in achieving decarbonization. I am delighted to share with you Hong Kong, China's energy transition and energy access pathway towards net zero emissions, while ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Energy underpins our daily activities and drives our economic development. Our long-standing policy is to ensure that the community's energy demand is met safely, reliably, and at a reasonable price, while minimizing the environmental impact. Due to the limited land-based renewable sources in Hong Kong, the government is actively considering large-scale renewable energy projects in reservoirs and sewage treatment plants. Besides, through leading by example, we are committed to apply innovative technology in promoting renewables and alternative energy sources. in tandem with the feed-in tariff scheme launched in 2018 for grid connections of renewable energy systems to the power supply network. The web-based Hong Kong solar irradiation map is introduced to the public as technical support for estimating the generation capacity, annual electricity generations, and payback period of renewable systems, with a view to popularizing renewable energy development and boosting clean energies for the community. We all know that decarbonization comes at a price. To lower the cost of decarbonization, we endeavor to reduce our carbon footprint. Hong Kong, China has put much effort into reducing the carbon footprint for contributing to the carbon neutrality target. In Hong Kong, China, buildings accounts for 90% of our electricity consumption. Promoting green buildings, improving energy efficiency of buildings, and stepping up efforts to lead a low-carbon lifestyle will reduce the demand for power consumption and generation, and so lessens the public's financial burdens arising from foreseeable increase in the use of clean fuel for electricity generation. We have set a goal to reduce the electricity consumption of commercial buildings by 30 to 40%, residential buildings by 20 to 30% from the 2015 levels by 2050, and achieve half of the target by 2035. As for the transportation sectors, electrifications of vehicles and ferries and the developments of new energy public transport are adopted. In 2021, we announced that from 2035, new registration of internal combustion engine-driven cars will cease. So in just a year, about half of the new cars sold in Hong Kong are electric vehicles. Also, we are planning for a trial on hydrogen-powered double-decker bus and heavy vehicles in the coming year, with a view to devising a more aggressive implementation timetable and stimulating more investment in the establishment of hydrogen infrastructures in the territory. The government had established an interdepartmental working group on the application of hydrogen for a collaborative effort to resolve various challenging issues, including the production, supply, transport, and storage of hydrogen, necessary supporting facilities, safety consideration, training of technical personnel, and regulations required to cover the whole supply chain, as well as attracting financial investment into this sector. Collaboration and capacity building in energy-related matters are vital to attaining energy transition and access. The Electrical and Mechanical Services Department is excited to be the Hong Kong China's official representative in the Energy Working Group of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, or APEC in short. We have been actively participating in diverse events of the working group. In addition to hosting various working group and expert group meetings, we have commissioned several APEC fund and self-fund projects for the benefit of all APEC economies in past years, such as the study of energy intensity reductions in APEC region's urbanized city, the energy efficient and resilient data centers in the APEC region, and the workshop training on recommissioning. Through collaborations among APEC economy, we contribute to the APEC's energy goal in reducing the energy intensity and doubling the share of renewable energies in APEC's overall energy mix. At this critical juncture, from tipping point to turning point of hope, we must continue to push the frontiers of energy transition and energy access in our carbon neutrality journey. We can rise to the challenge if, and only if, we all work together towards our shared goals for low carbon transition with secure energy access for a sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you once again for Mr. Pan, and thank you for outlining what the government is intending to do. And I think collaboration and capacity building are the key to success. Okay, so right now we move on to the second speaker. And Dr. Stephen Wong. Dr. Stephen Wong is
ดร. สตีเฟน วอง ท่านเป็นรองประธานอาวุโส ของมูลนิธิฮ่องกง ดร. วอง และท่านเป็นผู้อำนวยการบริหารของสถาบันกำหนดนโยบายภาครัฐท่านมีบทบาทอย่างมากจากหลากหลายสถาบันรวมถึงท่านเป็นผู้อำนวยการบริหารจาก UBS และท่านเข้าร่วมมูลนิธินะครับฮ่องกงในฐานะรองประธานอาวุโสตั้งแต่ปี 2015 และท่านเป็นผู้
and Executive Director of Public Policy Institute. Right now, I pass on to you, Dr. Wong, please.
Thank you. Dear distinguished guests and friends, good afternoon. I'm delighted and honored to be invited to really share. Given my background, as just said, in financial industry and policy research, I would focus on the exciting developments in the carbon markets in China and therefore in Hong Kong, as well as the changing investment landscape in the Belt and Road initiatives. As you know, there are two types of carbon markets, the emission trading scheme, ETS, the compliance market, as well as the voluntary carbon market. Now, the ETS, the compliance market, employs a cap and trade approach, as you know, and the emission allowances are allocated to the regulated companies by the government each year. After a decade of piloting, I'm sure you know China's national ETS was successfully launched last year. At the same time, the scheme only regulates companies in power generation sector, but the annual carbon emissions covered has already amounted to 4.5 billion tons, which is 3 times bigger than the European Union's emission trading scheme. In terms of covered carbon emissions, China's scheme is the largest emission trading scheme in the world. Now, I want to focus a bit more on the other type of carbon market, which is the voluntary carbon market, partially because Hong Kong is actually focusing on it right now. In the voluntary carbon market, no legally binding emission limits is involved. Credits are traded in the markets are generally mostly through carbon reduction projects, which are certified by international standard setters, such as Verra and the Gold Standard. In China, such credits are certified and issued by the Ministry of Ecology and Environment, and is named CCER, the China Certified Emission Reduction. There's another government certified carbon credit called Puhui Certified Emission Reductions, PHCER, which is, you know, obviously, as you would know, is for the general public. Now, through the participating in the verified carbon reduction activities, corporates and general public can earn PHCER carbon credits. Now, why I talk about all these things? Because I think the interesting feature in China's carbon market is that these two carbon markets, the ETS as well as the voluntary market, are somewhat linked. In China, the voluntary credits can be used to offset the carbon emissions by companies regulated in the scheme to a certain extent. For example, the companies in Guangdong province can use CCER and PHCER to offset at most 10% of their annual carbon emissions. In Europe, such practice was allowed prior to the year 2020, but was prohibited afterward. Now, I would argue that this offsetting practice using the credit from the voluntary credit market to offset the compliance carbon market would help to advance energy transformation, which is the topic of the day, because companies outside the compliance market can develop carbon reduction projects to obtain voluntary credit, which is subsequently sold to regulated companies. The interlinkage of the two carbon markets, ETS and voluntary market, can reinforce each other, not only would reduce carbon from fossil fuel energy source, but would accelerate energy transformation and new clean energy developments in China. Now, obviously, we talk a lot about all this development of clean energy, and I agree that hydrogen could be one of the most worth noting types of projects. As we discussed before in previous session, hydrogen is obviously a hot topic everywhere, including mainland China as well as in Hong Kong. I'm not going to elaborate further, but I think I just want to mention that China's National Development and Reform Committee and National Energy Administration released a blueprint on the development of hydrogen energy for the period between 2021 and 2035. recognizing hydrogen as a major source of energy in China. Now, as I wrap up my sharing, aside from getting momentum with carbon markets trading, there's another positive momentum from the grand policy for energy transformation as a Belt and Road initiative turn towards a greener direction. Just give you a bit of a number. For example, the solar or wind related projects increased from 6% to 31%, and coal-related investment now basically is zero. So not going to go into detail of why, but you can see that I think given this grand policy of turning greens in the Belt and Road investment, as well as the interlinkage of the carbon market, I would argue that China's contribution to the world's progress in energy transformation and decarbonization will be enormous. And lastly, I'm confident also that Hong Kong will play a crucial role in this process, given the limited time. I'm not going to go into much detail, but suffice to say that the recent launch of the International Voluntary Carbon Marketplace by Hong Kong EX, Hong Kong Stock Exchange, which is called the Core Climate, as well as all sorts of green finance initiatives in Hong Kong, are all good evidences of Hong Kong's strong commitments in capturing all these new opportunities I mentioned about. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. Thank you for Dr. Wong to share with us about some of the policies and initiatives the government and also the China can also play a very important role in addressing the issue. So right now we move on to the third speaker, and he's online, and Professor C.S. Poon. And Professor C.S. Poon is the head of the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Chair Professor of Sustainable Construction Materials, and the Director of the Research Center for Resources Engineering towards Carbon Neutrality of the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. Pass it on to you, Professor Poon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I'm going to share with you some of the research that we have been doing at the Polytechnic University, striving to achieve carbon neutrality through resources engineering. Okay, and in the Polytechnic University, we have recently set up a research center on resource engineering towards carbon neutrality. And everybody knows, right, we are facing this increasing carbon emissions as well as increasing temperature. And this is catching a lot of attention globally and also affecting many peoples. And then, okay, recently in Hong Kong, in July, actually, we've experienced almost the hottest summer for many, many years, 35 degrees Celsius in the city center, and a few more high degrees in the outskirts. And in Europe, there's a lot of wildfire, and other parts in Pakistan, for example, there are flooding and glacier melting. So this is due to global warming. Everybody is aware of that. And then in China, there's a national policy on trying to achieving net zero by 2060 carbon neutrality. This is the national plan. And in Hong Kong, we are trying to achieve carbon neutrality in 2050. And and one of the thrust of the action plan is to provide better management. That means waste reduction and waste recycling. And that's why resources engineering and waste recycling come into play. Okay, and then the government of Hong Kong, the SLR government also try to, in line with this carbon action, the climate action plan, have targets to reduce waste as well as achieving zero landfill. So in view of that, the research center at the Polytechnic University was set up to try to support the Hong Kong government's policy as well as the national government policy to achieving carbon neutrality and also to minimize waste. What we have been doing and what we're still doing is to turn waste into resources, and in that aspect, we are sort of minimizing extraction of natural resources as well as minimizing waste going to landfill so as to reduce carbon emissions. So the waste type that we have been trying to recycle or try to develop recycling technology, construction and demolition waste, waste glass, ashes from incinerator, as well as coal-fired power plant and other and food waste. And you know, food waste, when it's not treated, when it's disposed to landfill, it generates a lot of methane gas due to anaerobic conditions. And this methane gas is a lot of is very highly polluting in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. But okay, there's one way, okay, that is very rapidly developing in China as well as in Hong Kong, is using of the waste to energy technology. This is the chart I think this is of interest to you. This is the chart outlining the waste generation data in different parts of the world. You can see the Asia region is really growing a lot, okay, and where the America or Europe region are more stagnant in a way. But because of the huge amount of waste being generated, they are talk of turning waste into resources and turning waste into energy. And then in particular, which is fitting to this session, so we are implementing our recovery energy from waste through incineration or through anaerobic digestion of food waste, for example, and maximize the use of landfill gas and capture energy in terms of during the wastewater treatment as well. Okay, in Hong Kong, we have built one ash sewage sludge incinerator already, which was commissioned in 2020, and there are 3 very big incinerators coming online soon, and one has been committed to be completed in 2025, burning 3,000 tons of MSW, and then it will help Hong Kong to solve some of the waste problem. But the story doesn't end there, because when we burn waste, there are not zero waste. There's still some ashes being generated. For example, for the first 3,000 ton incinerator in Hong Kong, is burning 3,000 tons a day, but it will generate about 600 to 700 tons of incinerated residue. And Hong Kong is going to build 3, very big incinerator, 3,000 tons, 4,000 tons, as well as for another 4,000 tons a day by the year 2000, maybe 35. And then in total, we are generating about 1,000 tons of this incineration, this more than 2,000 tons of incinerated residues. And in mainland China, this is we have already more than 600 incinerator plants. So of course, I think this also applies to many parts of the world, including in Asian country. Landfilling is not a sustainable means of waste disposal. There may be more and more drive to using incineration or waste to energy facility to treat waste, dispose of waste, as well as to treat that waste to generate secondary energy from waste. And that is waste to energy process. But there's a secondary residue being generated, is the ash. So what we have been doing at PolyU is try to turn this waste into resources as well. So to achieve zero landfill and actually to achieve a closed loop. For example, in the PolyU, we've been turning the ash from our sewage sludge incinerator, which is the T-Park. We generate a lot of about 150 tons of incinerator sewage sludge ash. And then we've done a lot of research, and then we have developed technology to produce this ash into, non-structural products. For the IWMF, the Integrated Waste Management Facility, there's an incinerator that will be commissioned in 2025. It will be generating 600 tons of ashes, and then we are doing a lot of research to turn this into value-added product as well. Mainly in the construction aspect. So, one of the products, just illustrating here, is to turn the product into a sustainable permeable concrete for urban drainage. Actually, this is a precast concrete, and then in the precast concrete normally is constituted by natural aggregate as well as cement, but we are able to replace most of the natural aggregate by recycled aggregate, including waste glass, the recycled incinerated bottom ash, recycled aggregate, and then forming a very strong, porous skeleton, okay, and then allow, which not only utilization waste, but also allow the passage of water through this permeable paper. So this is a kind of technology that been developed by us, and then it will be help to solve both the waste problem as well as the flooding problem in some urban areas due to the climate change. So this product, I think I've showed this to you. Okay, this is a highly permeable material, and then using over 70% of the waste, including waste ash as the incinerator and also incinerating residue. And this invention has already got some prizes from Hong Kong locally. Okay, that's what I want to share. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Professor Poon, and for sharing with us a number of examples how we can turn waste into energy and resources. Now we move on to the fourth speaker. And Mr. Peter Wong is the Managing Director of the Hong Kong and China Gas Company Limited. And he is a chartered professional accountant in Canada, a certified public accountant in Hong Kong, and a chartered company secretary in both Hong Kong and in the United Kingdom. And he is also a fellow of the Hong Kong Institute of Directors and a fellow of the Institution of Gas Engineers and the Managers of the United Kingdom. Right now, I pass it on to you, Mr. Peter Wong, please.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you very much for having me here to share with you. We, as Hong Kong China Gas, as a listed utility company, and with business in Hong Kong and China, and how we help today's forum's title, Energy Transition and Energy Access Initiative. Hong Kong China Gas has been in business, in particular in Hong Kong, for 160 years. So this year is our 160th anniversary. And we started our China city gas business back in the year 1994, so with 28 years. And so we basically transit China's energy sector. From 20 years ago, many people, they still use bottled LPG or burning coal. And nowadays, we turned more than 30 million household customers using natural gas. And today's topic, we touch on the China's commitment and Hong Kong's commitment on the peak carbon emissions in China is by the year 2030, and carbon neutrality by the year 2060. And Hong Kong, the Hong Kong SAR has a commitment of carbon neutrality by the year 2050, 10 years earlier than China, for obvious reason, because Hong Kong, by comparison, as energy sector is relatively small compared to China. And Hong Kong's been already reached its peak since the two electricity companies start using natural gas, replacing coal on power generation. So we are confident that the Hong Kong SAR can achieve the carbon neutrality by the year 2050. And how do we see it, these commitments or targets can be met with the following highlights. We, as a listed company on utility and energy, the energy efficiency is the key. In Hong Kong, one of the examples is in Hong Kong, we've been using landfill gas to be part of our fuel in manufacturing tank gas. And the other is we started renewable energy promotion 2 years in China and mainly, and Hong Kong, the scale is relatively small compared to China. And energy storage is a crucial part in decarbonization, because in particular, the renewable energy is so unstable, and with the sunlight only approximately 1,000 hours per year, and also is not stable. So energy storage will be a vital part on decarbonization and also energy usage for customers. And electricity trading and also carbon trading. And carbon trading in China is going to be big. And China started its carbon trading in the year 2021 in July with 2,200 companies, if I remember correctly. And that is the initial stage. But compare and trading at approximately 50 to 60 RMB per ton. And compare with developed countries like in Europe and New Zealand or in the States, which has been established for quite a long time. And so they're very mature, and China is catching up. But I'm sure China will be able to catching up on carbon trading. And you know that in China remits approximately 10 billion tons of carbon emission a year, which represents 1/3 of the world carbon emission. Now, I will spend some time to talk about how we, TANGAS, move along on this energy transition and energy assets. Altogether, in Hong Kong and in China, we are serving 38 million household customers. So if a family has 3 members, so we are talking about 120 million individuals. I separate this into 2 parts. One is the gas plus heating. We started operations in China in the year 1994, so 28 years ago, initially just only supplying natural gas to households and commercial industrial customers. And now we also supplied steam to industrial customers. We work together with power plant generators, and they have byproduct steam, and we build a pipeline. And because we know how to serve our customers, we build a pipeline and provide steam as a heating energy to industrial customers first. And in Hong Kong, we have 2 million household customers. So each year, you can see for the past 20 years, we started business in China when we have 0 customers or very few, 3,000. I remember in the first year, only 3,000 customers. But now we have more than 30 million household customers. You can see the China market, the growth is very significant. And this energy transition will continue to increase as its importance as investors, local governments, and environmentalists. They prioritize environment, social, and governance, the ESG factors, and the ultimate aim is to reduce energy-related greenhouse gas emission. And this PPT share with you more to come as in Hong Kong, the TANGAS we're supplying to our customers consists with a composition of more than 50% is hydrogen. And this is also an initiative for us in Hong Kong to start the hydrogen, the green energy to transportation companies, for example, the buses company, and also to government on the ferries, waste ferry energy consumption. So 50% of our gas supplying to a customer consists of hydrogen, which is very unique in the world. And we have a network coverage covering 70% of the Hong Kong territories. So the cost will be lower. And this is part of the TANGAS we are supplying to our customers. We also have R&D team, which is also to do with our energy supply to our customers is on the SAF, on the aviation field, which will have a plant in China. And with our R&D team, we hopefully will be able to generate, manufacture some SAF and to be supplied to Europe and also maybe in China, because lately Chinese government also keep an eye on this SAF fuels. And we have a Terra Award, which the idea generated by our chairman, Mr. Peter Lee, 2 years ago. And last year, we managed to get to more than 200 participants, and the winner will get a $1 million in reward for their ideas on smart energy. So this year, we also start this Terra Award. The second year, we already received more than 270 applications. So guys, wait for next year when the Terra Award comes again. So, and we have set up next PPT, please. We also set up a Tang Gas Energy Academy, which last year, which basically the aim is to build the gap between scientists and researchers and the downstream applications. We've been working with the 3 universities here in Hong Kong and institutions in China. We set up the committee with all these energy professionals, and their expertise is on research, innovation, very innovative ideas on technology to help build the energy environment. But we, Hong Kong and China Gas, with our business in Hong Kong and also in China, we can provide the environment for these scientists and researchers to help them to make their technologies, incubations, and applied on commercial basis. So you can see that we're working in different areas, and also help on, in particular, I would like to point out is the hydrogen fuel cell, which is the talk of the town nowadays. And all of these efforts is to help energy access to everybody at a reasonable price. As we can see it currently, due to high fuel prices affecting 75 million people are likely to lose their ability to pay for electricity. And we hope that Tang Gas Energy Academy will find a cheaper way and more economic way and easier way for everybody to enjoy energy at a reasonable price. Okay, that ends my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wong, once again for sharing with us about how Tang Gas is going to contribute to a better environment in Hong Kong and elsewhere. Right now, we move on to the fifth speaker, and Professor Wang. Professor Wang is the Chair Professor of Building Energy and Automation and the Director of the Research Institute of Smart Energy of Otto Poon Charitable Foundation of the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. So I pass it on to you, Professor Wang, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, friends in Beijing, Bangkok, and Hong Kong. It's my great pleasure to share with you my ideas on the role and the contribution of buildings for carbon neutral transformation of power systems in high-density cities, particularly for the energy efficient and energy flexible buildings. So, for the carbon neutral transformation of power systems, that is the key task for carbon neutrality, because for instance, in Hong Kong, 60% of the carbon emissions from power systems, and of which buildings contribute to 93%. So building actually contribute about 60% of carbon neutrality in Hong Kong. And the overall carbon emission of building sector, I think in mainland of China is over 50% as well. So the regular pathways for carbon neutrality in the power for the power sectors, and the key problem is the regular ways is in one side is to increase the energy efficiency at the demand side, and another in the supply side is the renewable energy generation in both supply and demand sides. But that is a great problem we do not predict in the past. So there is a supply and demand mismatch due to the nature of the renewable energy generation. So therefore, the regular solutions for this supply and demand mismatch is to significantly increase the storage capacities of power for power balance. So that means grid investment and the practical limitations. to solve this problem, such as we invest pumped storage, invest battery storage and green hydrogen, but that means great investment. So what are the more cost-effective alternatives or solutions? That is actually there's a new and more cost-effective approaches. So that is the demand side efficiency plus energy flexibility and renewable generations in both supply and demand side. So in such a case, we introduce a new concepts and the technology that is the energy flexible buildings, or we name it as grid interactive buildings or grid responsive buildings. So those buildings actually refers to those buildings which can reduce power use without unacceptable compromise of service quality when the power grid is short of supply. And store energy when there is surplus energy, surplus power generation. So how to achieve carbon neutral transformation of power systems in high density cities? Actually, achieving carbon neutrality within buildings and or even cities is not practical, low cost effective. Carbon neutrality, why so? Because it's due to the limited space and resources, renewable resources. So the carbon neutrality have to be achieved by adopting renewable resources beyond buildings or even cities. So in such a case, what are the main roles and the contribution of buildings in high density cities? So this is actually is reduce the energy demand at the demand side and enhancing the grid power balance for higher renewable penetration somewhere beyond the building and beyond the cities. So we need to be aware that the power grid balance needs a different time scale, tempo scale, and the potential the grid power balance needs different tempo scales, and the power the contribution of building flexibility actually can be in different time scales from seconds to days and to days. But actually, it's very difficult for buildings to provide the service for long term, such as months, is difficult. But we can provide the flexibility services to help the power, grid power balance in a very big range between seconds and the days. And as you know, if you know the needs, very fast demand response or very quick balance needs, such as in seconds, is very costly to provide services. So actually, buildings can provide those kind of services with very, very low cost. And so that is what I'd like to share with you. That is for buildings in the high density cities, we got to reduce energy demand and enhance grid power balance for higher renewable penetration to encourage, to help the grid to engage renewable energy generations globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Wang, once again. Right now, we move on to the last speaker, Mr. Jim Taylor. Mr. Jim Taylor is the Senior Director of Planning and Development of CLP Power Hong Kong Limited. And he has been with China Light and Power in Hong Kong for almost 20 years after moving from Melbourne, Australia. Right now, Jim, to you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and members of the APEC Economies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great honor to be able to present to you a little bit of sharing on Hong Kong's road towards energy transition. So a little bit about Hong Kong. Many of you will be familiar with our city here, but our target is to reduce our carbon emissions by 50% up to 2035 and to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. But Hong Kong has a couple of unique characteristics. It's a very urbanized, highly built up environment. And actually, we have some 70,000 elevators in use every day. We have 50% of the population who live or work above the 15th floor. So reliability is a really critical issue in terms of Hong Kong. We have around 3 times as many skyscrapers as any other city in the world. And already today, electricity represents around 60% of all the energy used in our economy here in Hong Kong. So reliability is absolutely critical moving forward. So in achieving that energy transition, reliability is the single most important element we need to. So how is CLP, which is the largest electricity supplier here in Hong Kong, going to move forward towards the energy transition? So really, we're going to look at changing our fuel mix. And our fuel mix is to reduce the use of coal. And today that has come down to about 15% by improving the percentage of natural gas in our power generation. Today it's around about 50%. And also to work with regional cooperation. I think the previous speaker talked about cities using their hinterland to help achieve decarbonisation. So CLP today takes around 1/3 of its energy supply in the form of nuclear power from the Daya Bay plant in Shenzhen. So regional cooperation with our neighbours is an important route too. Looking forward, we've heard about hydrogen. Now, hydrogen we see as a really good opportunity to run local plant on zero carbon fuels when green hydrogen is available in sufficient volume on a commercial basis. Now, that's not today, but in the longer term, we hope that will be possible. We're also going to bring in energy storage. So we're looking at utility scale energy storage in the form of batteries to help balance supply and demand. And those of you in Hong Kong will know that we are preparing to put forward to government a proposal to build a large offshore wind farm to the southeast of Hong Kong in the next development plan period. Now, that will mean that we're able to continually reduce the carbon intensity of our generation. Today, it is about 0.37 kilograms per kilowatt hour, which is relatively low in international terms. And as we move forward by 2035, which is the first of government's interim targets for carbon reduction, we expect to reduce our carbon intensity to about 0.12 to 0.16. In other words, by 2/3 from today's. And when we have that very low carbon intensity in our electricity supply, we can use it to help other sectors of the economy also decarbonize. So land transportation, for example, with electric vehicles. People in Hong Kong are increasingly using electric cooking at home. And that's a much more efficient and lower carbon way of cooking. And also for the industrial and commercial sector with things like heat pumps and so on, we can again help them reduce their carbon footprint. And this is a complicated chart, but basically in 2 halves. The bottom left is the supply side action. So it's the things that I've been talking about, changing our fuel mix, less coal, more gas, much more in the way of zero carbon energy moving forward, looking at renewable energy where we can in Hong Kong, actually working with our neighbours to look at seeing if we can import some more zero carbon energy for Hong Kong and green hydrogen in the longer term. Top right-hand side is the demand side. Now, some of our speakers have talked about how we can do things efficiently in the energy sector, and the government has established targets for energy efficiency in buildings. As I said, we can also help the transport sector decarbonize. Today, transport is around 20% of Hong Kong's carbon emissions. In longer term, we can look at other areas like e-transport and heavy goods vehicles and so on. So putting the two together, I can say to you today, on behalf of CLP, that we have every confidence in meeting government's target, 2035, for a 60 to 70% of our supply being zero carbon, and to achieve a carbon neutral, zero carbon electricity supply by 2050. So that's my summary in terms of CLP Power. We are the largest electricity supplier and the greenest one in Hong Kong. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. And once again, I would like to thank all the 6 speakers and 3 online and 3 on-site here. May I invite all the participants here to have a round of applause to those speakers who contribute so much in the forum. So I'll pass it on back to the moderator in Beijing. So hand over to you.
In Hong Kong, thank you for your insightful speeches. I think it's worth mentioning that the Electrical and Mechanical Services Department has been selected as Hong Kong's official representative to APEC's Energy Working Group, the EWG. And we are confident that Hong Kong is going to play an increasingly important role in APEC in mitigating climate change. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now let's move our attention to Beijing for forum number 3. And the theme of discussion here is green energy and the construction of ecological civilization. And this part of the forum is being hosted by the National Academy of Development and Strategy of Renmin University of China. The NADS was selected into the first batch of China's top-tier think tanks and ranks #1 in China's university think tanks. And it strives to become a new Chinese think tank with international influence. Without further ado, and please welcome our moderator, Mr. Li Junfeng, founding director of National Center for Climate Change Strategy and International Cooperation, also executive council member of China Energy Research Society.
好的，各位朋友，刚才我们听了
Dear friends, just now we heard the fantastic presentations from the 2 parallel forums in Thailand and Hong Kong. Highly inspiring, in particular, Hong Kong's strives to realize carbon neutrality before 2050, and there has been a lot of arrangement for that. In particular, China Gas Company Limited has a lot of arrangement in hydrogen. We highly admire their efforts. Now we are going to start parallel forum 3, green energy and the construction of ecological civilization. We have 6 speakers, including Mr. Zhu, Assistant Director, Electricity and Energy Efficiency of the Electrical and Mechanical Services Department, Hong Kong SAR, and Wang Yaohua, Deputy President of State Grid Energy Research Institute, Wu Moyuan, Director of the Strategic Development Department of CNPC, and Luo Daqing, Vice President of APEC Economic Development Research Institute, and Gong Heping from China Renewable Energy Engineering Institute, and Zhu Li, President of APEC Sustainable Energy Center. Now I'm going to give the floor to the first panelist, Zhu Qiming from the Electrical and Mechanical Services Department, Hong Kong SAR. Mr. Zhu Qiming, are you here? Yes. Are you here, Mr. Zhu? Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to join this APEC Economic Forum in the capacity of Deputy Lead Shepherd of the APEC Energy Working Group. I'm delighted to share the APEC Energy Working Group in the context of this parallel forum's theme, Green Energy and Ecological Civilization. The Energy Working Group is one of APEC's working group established in 1990. To develop a program of energy cooperation among 21 members economies in the APEC region. Energy is integral to sustainable economic development and essential to the economic growth of the APEC region. Efficient, affordable, reliable, and environmentally sustainable energy supply and use underpin economic development, productivity improvement, and enhanced living standards. The EWG serves as a forum for member economies to facilitate energy trade and investment and to strengthen the region's energy security to contribute to
sorry, you are muted. Sorry, Mr. Zhu, you are muted.
Okay.
现在好了。
好 The EWG work programs are delivered through its sub-fora. Are the voice okay?
Yeah, okay. It's okay, no problem.
Okay, thank you. The EWG work programs are delivered through its sub-fora, covering 4 expert groups, namely clean fossil fuel energy, energy data and analysis, energy efficiency and conservation, and new and renewable energy technologies, as well as 2 research centers, including the APEC Asia Pacific Energy Research Center in South APEC and APEC Sustainable Energy Centers, APSEC. APEC leaders committed to the regional goals to reduce aggregate energy intensity by 45% by 2035, with 2005 as base year in 2011, and double the share of renewable energy in APEC overall energy mix by 2030 over 2010 levels in 2014. In 2018, APEC-wide energy intensity had improved by 22%, leaving an additional 23% improvement needed to meet the 2035 goal. The modern renewables share of final consumption has increased from 6% in 2010 to 8.7% in 2018, with a 3.3% gap needed to reach the 2030 goal. In August 2021, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report estimated that unless there are immediate, rapid, and large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, limiting warming to close to 1.5 degrees Celsius or even 2 degrees Celsius will be beyond reach in the following decades. APEC members' economies are actively conducting meetings and projects related to the 2 goals. The cross-boundary collaboration between APEC and non-APEC stakeholders is encouraged through studies, workshops, and meetings. These stakeholders will gain mutual benefits from the exchange of knowledge and experience in promoting energy efficient and renewable energy, as well as innovative technologies to achieve the 2 goals. Policies, practices, and emerging innovative technologies recommendations on energy efficient and renewable energy technologies will serve as a valuable reference for all APEC members' economies. I encourage you all to join the APEC workshops and projects like today's one. The current 2 goals, which are due in 2035 and 2030, would act as an interim milestone. The EWG will continue to increase its focus on responding to natural and man-made resilience challenges for energy infrastructure and networks. It is encouraging that most APEC members' economies have made net zero commitments by 2050 or 2060, or are discussing making net zero commitments. Combating climate change is not a business to one or several economies, but it's an ongoing mission for all of us. Wallace and Pierce, we plan for our heirs. We shall reaffirm our solid and unwavering commitment not to leave future generations with regrets, but leave more ecological assets. Let's join hands to promote green energy and elevate sustainable development for ecological civilization to move towards carbon neutrality. Many thanks to China for organizing this timely APEC Energy Forum and bring your professionalism and passion for making the best endeavors to accelerate green energy and promote ecological civilization construction. Thank you very much.
Thank
you, Mr. Zhu Qiming. And for the APEC Energy Working Group, he has made great contributions. More than 10 years ago, I have also worked for APEC Energy Group. I hope that we can make use of the APEC Energy Working Group scheme to facilitate the realization of the carbon neutrality and also the carbon peaking and other goals. Now, we would like to invite Mr. Wang Yaohua, Deputy President of State Grid Energy Research Institute. Mr. Wang, thank you very much. And now I would like to share my screen first. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to focus on the low carbon production and the lifestyle. Eco-civilization is the historical trend for human being to build the green production, and lifestyle is key to eco-civilization. I have 3 points to share with you. First of all, the energy high efficiency utilization and green consumption is key to build up the green production and lifestyle. And currently, countries around the world have reached a consensus on green. To have the green lifestyle and the production, we need to facilitate the low carbon and the green energy transition. The production and the consumption side shall work together. So probably we have a focus on production side a lot, but we shall also have an eye on the consumption side. So today I will focus on the energy transition at the consumption side. In China, industry, transportation, agricultural, and building and rural areas, their emission is more than 98%. Or their consumption of the coal is taking 98%. So they are the key sectors for China to have the energy transition. And let's look at the industrial sector. And currently, the industrial sector accounts for 2/3 of the total energy consumption. And to push the energy sector transformation, we need to improve the energy efficiency and to increase the percentage of the green energy, and to speed up the low carbon availability or supply is the key to support the energy transition. Industrial park is very important to promote the industry. The output of the industrial chain takes about 50% of the overall industrial output. So it is the most important scenario for low carbon supply. So there are 2 very important models to build up that scenario. The first one is low carbon and zero carbon self-supply, and the second one is the green electricity. And I will not go into details. Secondly, construction area. The energy consumption in the construction area takes about 20%. So its energy consumption or energy saving potential is very high. And what do we need to do in order to promote the energy transition in this area is to promote the energy green retrofitting and renewable energy application, and also electrification of the building. And we think for the building sector, the public building is the key. We shall also try to achieve the flexible power consumption. And we think the public buildings space is very high, and the ownership is also very clear. Therefore, it is very suitable for us to establish a flexible power consumption pattern. It is predicted that by 2025, in theory, or the theoretical potential of low carbon and efficient power supply for public buildings will be about 532 million kilowatts. So we think the overall scale of the flexible power supply can be more than 10 million. So now the next sector is transportation. So the major direction for transportation is to build the infrastructure, and at the same time to increase the overall transportation efficiency. And we need to build up the green transportation infrastructure and its interaction with the grid. And in China, we have the dedicated charging stations for buses. So its charging potential is very high. So they are suitable for the charging for the buses. We predict that by 2030, the theoretical potential of a vehicle network interaction will be about 30 to 600 million kilowatts. The next key area is rural and agricultural areas, and we need to see the transition, first of all, in distributed new energy, and secondly, the electrification of the rural production and life, and also the alternation of a clean energy for heating. So in the rural and agricultural areas, there are three kind of different models for the power supply. First one is new energy plus industry, and secondly, the comprehensive utilization of a biogas, and thirdly, the comprehensive energy system in a distributed manner. It is largely for the industrial areas, industrial areas. And now I would like to share with you some policy recommendations. And currently, to build up the green and low carbon production and lifestyle is faced with the three major problems. The first one is lack of industry synergy, and also that cost is high and the green action is difficult to be practiced. So my suggestion is that we need to center around the key scenarios and have the demonstration project, and secondly, to nurture the emerging industry, and thirdly, to provide incentive to the consumers and users. So thank you very much. So thank you, Mr. Wang. So from the consumption side, you shared with us your suggestions and ideas on how to promote energy transition. Now we would like to invite the Director of the Strategic Development Department of the China National Petroleum Corporation, Mr. Wu Moyuan, to give us the presentation. Thank you. So experts and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Wu Moyuan from the Strategic Development Department of CNPC. It is a great pleasure for me to meet all of you on cloud to talk about green energy and the construction of eco-civilization. I have 2 points to share with you. First, the fast development of green energy needs to be more inclusive. Not long ago, I attended a forum together with Mr. Li Junfeng, and the theme of that forum is inclusive development of energy. And that theme has been widely recognized by all the participants. Being inclusive is not whom will replace whom, but rather to guarantee economic stability and to achieve the dual carbon targets. The traditional energy and the new energy need to work together to maximize their value. To develop a green energy, I think there are two pathways. The first one is the clean utilization of fossil fuel. Secondly, scaled utilization of a renewable energy. And this year, for all across the world, energy security is the key for different countries, and people or countries pay greater attention to energy security rather than the sustainability. So we can see energy is really key for the economic security. So I have to say that the energy crisis this year is related with geopolitics on one hand, but on the other hand, the investment into the fossil fuel has been very insufficient, and the production capacity is not big enough to sustain or to support our economy. It caused the energy crisis right now. So to develop the renewable energy, we did not make good preparations beforehand. There is not clean energy. There is only the utilization mode, which is not clean.
And I think that the fossil fuel can also achieve net zero emission. From our institute, in the next 20 or 30 years, in the primary energy mix, and a fossil fuel will still take a very dominating role. Therefore, the clean fossil fuel is a very important part of the future energy mix. This is my first point. Second, traditional energy enterprises in the new era will play a very important role. Recently, in the background of energy transition, on the emission reduction and green development, traditional industries are faced with challenges, but also opportunities. Therefore, in all these years, the traditional enterprises, green development, we think that they shall be reducing energy, using energy, and replacing carbon, using carbon. And so first of all, let's look at the reduction of carbon. So these companies pay great attention to the source of the emission or the carbon emission. The traditional enterprises prioritize the source of carbon emission. So we are a traditional company, so we prioritize the energy efficiency in order to address the carbon emission issue. Secondly, for the traditional enterprises, our size is very big, and we have a lot of the wind and the solar power sources. So we have a speed up the development of the renewable energy, like the wind power and solar power. I think in the future,
I believe that in the future, the domestic petroleum companies will become comprehensive companies. They will use fossil fuel and develop renewable energy. Next one is to develop new growth point for value creation. We are exploring effective utilization of CO2 together with a new material development in petrochemical. We are now working on the chemical transition and the transformation of CO2. And the second, we are now developing the carbon sinks. So we have developed carbon neutral LNG and petroleum, which is highly popular in the market. Next one is to accelerate the clean replacement of fossil fuel. Traditional energy companies have been using fossil fuel. With electrification, we can use clean electricity to replace the traditional fossil fuel. We can also develop green hydrogen. In the future, in hydrogen production and application, there will be very good application scenarios. In recent years, CNPC and Sinopec have very successful green hydrogen projects. Next one is to develop a CCUS industrial chain. A CCUS has a huge potential in carbon sequestration. It is the world-recognized approach to remove CO2. And 2.6 billion tons of CO2 every year will still be emitted, and a lot of CO2 needs to be sequestered. CCUS must be made best use of to realize carbon neutrality. Traditional energy enterprises regard CCUS as the fallback or as the underlying technology. And we are now deploying CCUS projects in the depleted oil fields. And in those high-emitting areas, we have developed our featured CCUS industrial chain. As the largest energy production enterprise, CNPC is adamant in pursuing green and low carbon development. And following the 3-step for energy transition, we are developing natural gas. And second, we are accelerating the development of new energy. And we are developing integrated energy system, including solar, hydropower, wind, and geothermal, and green, natural gas, etc. and we will transform into a comprehensive supplier of petroleum and natural gas and hydrogen, etc. by 2025. And petroleum and natural gas and new energy will account for 1/3. And in 2050, new energy business will account for 50% of our overall business. And we want to contribute to the building of a beautiful China. Looking into the future, traditional energy enterprises are facing with huge opportunities, including opportunities for investment and cooperation. We are willing to work with all of you to complement each other and provide more green energy for the society. And we want to make our due contribution to ecological civilization. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Now I'm going to invite the next panelist, Vice President of Sinopec Economics and Development Research Institute, Mr. Luo Daqing. The floor is yours. Mr. Luo, are you here? Mr. Luo? Okay. Is Mr. Luo muted? Could you please unmute Mr. Luo? It's okay now. Mr. Luo, could you please unmute yourself? The technician, could you please remind Mr. Luo of unmuting himself? Mr. Luo, please unmute yourself. We cannot hear you. You are muted. We can't hear you. Okay. Is it working now? Am I audible? Sorry, I chose the wrong mic. So now you can hear me. Yes. Thank you. Distinguished guests, dear experts, dear colleagues, I want to thank the moderator for this parallel forum, Mr. Lu Jinfeng. And this parallel forum has the theme of green energy and the construction of ecological civilization. This is a well-chosen topic. And the previous speakers, including the Vice President of RUC and the President of RUC, talked about the report of the 20th Congress, which stresses the green development. I think the green development and the construction of ecological civilization or the Chinese insights and the Chinese wisdom. This is aligned with the report of the 20th Congress. I'm engaged in energy. So I'm going to talk about green energy. I want to talk about how to better promote green energy development and the construction of ecological civilization. First, integration. Integration is to integrate new energy and traditional energy and the traditional industry to promote green energy transition, better reduce the cost of the transition and guarantee energy security. There is no ineffective or uneconomical energy. Only the way of using energy is uneconomical. So we have to develop solar and wind and other renewable energy. And we should try to integrate traditional energy and new energy to form the best transition path and model to reduce the cost of the transition. I think we have to work on two aspects. First, raw materials, and also supply energy. In terms of raw materials, in traditional industry, we should optimize the way of utilizing fossil fuel. In that process, the green energy from new energy sector must be used to replace fossil fuel and reduce the reliance on fossil fuel, and this will reduce carbon emission and reduce the carbon footprint of the consumer products. We want to move towards green and low carbon development. With a high proportion of renewable energy, there will be high fluctuation. So we have to make use of energy storage and the power grid to enhance energy supply stability. In addition, we can use CCUS to make a traditional energy cleaner to guarantee energy supply security. In that sense, there must be better coordination between renewable energy and traditional energy so that we will have a flexible, safe, reliable, and stable energy supply. We can reduce carbon footprint and guarantee energy security. Second, synergy. There should be synergetic development between the new energy industry power and the non-electricity application. We have to widen the application scenarios. There must be synergetic development of electricity or power generation and the non-electricity usage of renewable energy. We can develop the bio-natural gas to replace the chemical natural gas. So there can be synergy in different application scenarios. The non-fossil fuel energy can directly replace fossil fuel, but there are still some drawbacks. New energy is green, but it is the non-material energy. We can make better use of hydrogen, but technical breakthroughs are needed. The scale is not big enough, and there are some bottlenecks. More policy support is needed. The green hydrogen should have scale application scenarios. Third, effectiveness. We have to scientifically evaluate the green effectiveness, the green effect of new energy in the life cycle of the whole industrial chain. Whether a new energy is green or not, we have to evaluate that from the life cycle of the whole industrial chain and to avoid greenwashing or fake green. There must be a complete industrial chain, including energy recycling and better energy utilization. The power utilization can be clean, but you have to think of where the electricity comes from and how the used batteries are disposed of. There must be low carbon emission and low pollution in the whole industrial chain. Only in this sense, it is the truly green development. Green energy and ecological civilization construction have many difficult challenges to tackle. This calls for multilateral cooperation. We have to work together to figure out better green solutions. That's all from me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Luo. Now I'm going to invite the Deputy Director of the China Renewable Energy Engineering Institute, Mr. Gong Heping. The floor is yours. Mr. Gong, are you here? Please unmute yourself. We cannot hear you. The technical staff, could you please help him? We cannot hear him. Okay. He has been unmuted. Okay. Mr. Gong, are you okay?
So hello, Mr. Gong, can you hear us? Maybe we can invite Professor Julie first. We will invite Madam Julie to speak first. She is the president of APEC Sustainable Energy Center. So now let's invite Professor Zhu. Thank you, Director Li. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Also, I would like to thank the organizer for your invitation. It is a pleasure and honor for me to attend APEC Energy Forum 2022. I would like to spend a few minutes to talk about the work of APEC Sustainable Energy Center. I will share my screen. So, Mr. Li, Director Li, can you see my screen? Yes, we can see your screen. Centering around energy transition and green development, I have a few words to share with you. But I will largely focus on the work of the APEC Sustainable Energy Center on that. First of all, we can attend APEC Energy Forum 2022. The APEC is the research institute for APEC. It was established in 2014 at the APEC Energy Ministers Meeting. It is a very important achievement for different localities to respond to the declarations of the leaders meeting. So in all these years, so this afternoon, we also have a speaker from Japan, APEC, and so APEC is in parallel with APEC from Japan. And also, I would like to thank the previous speaker for mentioning us. So the State Energy Administration entrusted the Tianjin University to be responsible for the management, and I was recommended by the Tianjin University. So after the first 5 years, the Tianjin University renewed our contract with the State Energy Administration, and we received the guidance and instruction from the government. Our work plan is being done while follow the instruction of the State Energy Administration. Now, I would like to talk about the work under the Sustainable Energy Center. So we attend the regular work meeting. The work meeting will be held 2 times a year. We will attend the energy meeting of APEC. In the past, the meeting was offline, but during pandemic, we had the online meetings. And we had centered around the dialogue, we had the relevant work. And this year in 2022, the APEC Informal Leaders Meeting will be held in Thailand. And we do some research centered around policy dialogue. And the APEC's energy targets can be achieved. So we are developing the new energy targets centered around energy transformation. We had 3 pillars, including an urban network, energy transition solutions, and clean energy technologies. Centered around these 3 pillars, we have conducted the relevant researchers and have come up the results. And we have studied energy transition and the sustainable development of the cities. So our results are very much in line with the theme today. And you can access our research results on our website and also our WeChat account. In order to support the construction of the high-end think tank, we have 2 cooperation networks in APEC. Also, we are also have the China participating APEC Energy Cooperation Partnership Network. So we build up this network, and I see a lot of our partners are also attending today's conference. So after 80 years of development, we have been recognized by a lot, but we have to work even harder to be a high-end think tank to make our share of contributions to the sustainable development of the APEC region. Under the support of the State Energy Administration, we have been an organization which has been recognized by different governments in this region. And in the coming work, and we will focus on urban energy in APEC region. So jointly driving cities towards carbon neutrality. At the same time, we can help to achieve the commitments of dual carbon and also the carbon neutrality in Asia Pacific region. We hope that we can have a flagship report to fill the gap in the urban energy areas in APEC, and also to offer better services centering around this. We are also working on the APEC Cooperation Initiative for jointly driving cities towards carbon neutrality. And so in 2014 meeting in Yanxihu in Beijing, the APEC Cooperation Initiative for jointly establishing an Asia-Pacific urbanization partnership was written into the Leaders' Declaration. We know cities are the major venues for us to achieve the targets of carbon neutrality, and the cities also are the major contributors to the emissions. And developed economies have made commitments towards the carbon neutralities, but developing economies actually a lot of them did not have the commitments because there are great differences and imbalance among each other. For the cities, the energy data is not very sufficient. So centered around carbon neutrality, and in different scenarios, we hope that we can help to promote carbon neutrality, especially in cities, so that we can contribute to sustainable development to build a Asia-Pacific community of shared future for human beings. So we will establish the data system, and also we have the best practice for the energy practice and the best energy practice in cities. So we hope that we can collect all these best practices and share with each other. And thirdly, we hope that we can build up the APEC Urban Energy Annual Research Report. So this is my brief introduction of the work of our center. I really hope that we can cooperate with different partners. Thank you. That's it from me, Mr. Li. Thank you, Madam Zhu. Thank you. In the APEC Sustainable Energy Center, thank you for your work and to promote energy transition in APEC region. So how about Mr. Gong? Mr. Gong, can you hear me? Okay, so let's invite Mr. Gong. Thank you, Mr. Li. I would also like to thank the organizer for inviting me. I come from the China Renewable Energy Engineering Institute. I would like to talk about a better role of hydropower in energy transition or in building the new energy system. So hydropower can play a more important role. So now we are having the dual carbon target, and I think the major approach to the clean utilization of coal is electrification. However, the renewable energy is not very stable, so it is not very good for the stability of the grid. Therefore, we need to build up the new energy system and to integrate the massive and high percentage integration of the renewable energy into the overall grid. The new energy system is faced with different kinds of problems. So in the past, in the source side for both the hydropower and the coal power, there was very stable output. So now we can see that we need to better coordinate different the electricity from the energy energy from different energy sources. So in the short term, we need to establish the new system and then phase out the old ones. So so we hope that we can build up the new energy system. So this is the first point that I would like to talk. And the second one is the features of hydropower and the mission in the new era. So hydropower is very stable and it is cheap and it is also flexible. It is also the kind of renewable energy. Therefore, it is also the renewable energy. So hydropower has been taken as the second biggest kind of power to support the energy supply of China. To build up the new energy system, there are different kind of approaches. We can make use. We can have the clean utilization of coal. We can also have the energy storage. But hydropower, compared with coal power, it's very economical, and it can better replace the traditional fuel. So just now, the previous speakers have mentioned that after 2040, the fossil fuel will continue to take a role, to play a role in China's energy mix. However, as we are approaching 2060, fossil fuel will be increasingly replaced by renewable energy. And hydropower is a renewable energy, therefore it won't be replaced. Compared with energy storage, it is very economical, it is stable and safe. So hydropower, so these are the characteristics of hydropower. Just because of these characteristics of hydropower, so when we build the renewable energy system, the hydropower's positioning will be adjusted. So in the past, it was dominated by the total amount of the output, but it will gradually shift to be dominated by capacity to satisfy the grid's demand in terms of the peak shaving. So hydropower will play a more and more important role. So this is the new mission of hydropower. So now I would like to talk about the development direction of hydropower. Hydropower is also limited in terms of the resources. There are three different kinds of development directions. First, to accelerate the development of the remaining hydropower resource, largely located in Xizang and Nujiang River, and also the upper reaches of the Lancang River in Sichuan, Gansu, etc. According to our understanding, by the end of last year, the hydropower installed capacity has already developed 57% of the resources. And in terms of the electricity, it is about 45%. So the remaining hydropower resources, the technically remaining hydropower resources is less than 50%. Considering all these kind of factors, there are about 100 million kilowatts of installed capacity is capable to be developed in a faster manner.
Second, we can tap into the potential of the existing hydropower facilities to enhance their energy storage capacity. First, we can optimize the development and the design of the hydropower facilities. They can have diversified functions. In addition to power generation, they can also have some hydraulic functions such as protection against the flood. And second, the leading power stations can have some adjustment function for the downstream power stations. So this can create a tiered power capacity. The third one is to upgrade the old units to enhance the adjustment capacity of energy storage. The pumped storage can be established to enhance the energy storage of the whole river or river section. The next one is to enhance the overall economic benefit from the integrated utilization of water and electricity. And next, pumped storage stations should be established. They do not generate power, but they can play some peak shaving function. The construction of these stations is moving quickly during the 14th five-year plan period. And there are over 200 pumped storage facilities. And the installed capacity will reach 250 million kilowatts. Now let's look at the challenges. The regular hydropower stations are located in those areas with very complicated geographical conditions. The ecological environment is usually pretty harsh, and they are far away from the load centers. And first, they have to tackle the challenge of ecological and environmental protection. Second, water resource conservation and treatment. Third, protection of a traditional culture. Ecological and environmental protection is one challenge for the construction of pumped storage facilities because usually they are on the top of the mountains. in the upstream of the river system. That there must be good coordination between energy storage and environmental protection. And there is a tiered tariff policy for pumped storage facilities. And the third challenge lies in site selection. For the pumped storage facilities, the benefits of those service targets or the users must be coordinated when the site is selected. And we have to think of the return of investment in the installed capacity of the pumped storage units. And second, we have to think of the policies for EIA, environmental impact assessment. Many pumped storage stations were established many years ago, and they might have generated some environmental impact. And there must be good alignment of the goals and targets of the whole river basin. Let's look at the response measures. First, there should be good top-level design. Relevant policies must be improved and optimized. And second, we need innovation in concepts, technologies, methodologies to meet the needs of new power system. And we are mainly talking about the source issues, but we have to think about the load side, how to resolve the problems at the load side, not just focusing on the source side. Deep researches should be conducted on the grid system. And thirdly, for a single project, early planning is required. When the power stations are established and built, we have to think of their environmental impact. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gong Heping. At this session, 6 panelists shared their insights and observations about green energy and construction of ecological civilization. Thank you, the panelists. Now I'm going to give the floor back to the host. So my job is done. Thank you.
Many thanks to our speakers there. Let's now go straight to the APEC Youth Forum to hear some young experts for their thoughts on the theme of low carbon and green campus wisdom action. The Youth Forum is being held at the Silk Road School of the Suzhou campus of Renmin University of China. And now let's hand things over to the moderator, Dr. Zhou Junbang from Renmin University of China.
尊敬的各位专家学者、女士们、先生们，大家好，我是周俊邦。
Distinguished guests, dear scholars and experts, I'm Zhou Junbang. Welcome to the Youth Forum. The theme of this forum is low carbon and green campus wisdom action. It is designed to promote the young people to contribute to the development of green and low carbon society and to realize the 2030 UN SDGs. The venue is at the Suzhou campus of RUC. It is organized by RUC Silk Road School. The RUC Silk Road was established in 2018. Its name is after the ancient Silk Road. It capitalizes on the high-end think tank resources and tries to build itself into a distinctive school for talent education. Now, I'm going to invite the first youth representative, Tang Hong, from Hong Kong Poly. The floor is yours, Tang Hong.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
My name is Tang Hong. I'm now a PhD student from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, and it's my greatest honor here to share my research topic about energy efficient and flexible buildings to achieve low carbon development in high density cities. Actually, one of the key issues for the carbon neutrality in high density cities is the transformation of the building sector. As we can see from this picture, more than 60% of carbon emissions comes from the electricity generation, and the building sector accounts for more than 90% of electricity consumption. So to improve the building energy efficiency is of course important. Moreover, as we need to integrate more renewable energy into the power system, the weather-dependent solar and wind energy, they are intermittent and they sometimes cause the mismatch with the grid demand. So we need to, of course, improve the energy flexibility from the demand side. Next slide. Now we move to the next slide. Okay. So the energy flexibility from the demand side buildings is also important because we need to improve the interaction between the smart grid and the buildings. Sorry, next slide. So how to make buildings become more efficient and flexible? And here I listed some research work we have done. First, okay, next. So we, from the technical and the economic aspects, we here have done 4 subtasks. First, we categorize and quantify the building energy flexibility of the multiple flexibility resources in the building sites, such as the dimmable lighting system, the HVAC system, and of course, the distributed storage system. And second, we optimize the flexibility allocation and the coordinated control of the building energy system because the grid requests and the building responses, they have different time scales to response. And thirdly, we also optimize the configuration of the energy system in the buildings from the economic aspects. And the last, we also put efforts on the business development for unlocking the building energy flexibility to ensure the benefits of all stakeholders involved, such as the grid operators, the building participants, and of course, such as the third-party aggregators. So in the end of my sharing, I want to say that I believe our research can achieve good impacts in the carbon neutrality of the future low carbon development. And that's all about my sharing. Thank you.
Thank you,
Tang Hong. Now I'm going to invite the next speaker from Silk Road School, Sun Yujie. Rebecca from Philippines is feeling sick. She cannot make it here, so I'm going to invite Sun from Silk Road School, RUC.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for using my Chinese name. My name is Rafael Piña. I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to address the APEC Energy Forum 2022. I'm extremely excited and honored to share with you my perspective on the Chinese low carbon energy transition gained during my research at Renmin University of China's Silk Road School, and the opportunities this transition presents for APEC and Latin American cooperation. The low carbon energy transition must take place in a relatively short amount of time and will require significant amounts of investment to develop new green energy technology in order to meet a growing global energy demand. To overcome these challenges, governments and institutions must implement effective policy frameworks to guide and incentivize this energy transformation. The case of the People's Republic of China is of particular interest when researching policy meant to regulate the transition to a low carbon energy system. China is in the unique position of being the largest consumer of fossil fuels, the largest contributor to atmospheric CO2 emissions, but also the largest investor in clean energy technology. For China, transitioning to a low carbon energy system is an undertaking of monumental proportions and complexity that carries many implications for its domestic and foreign policy goals. Our research looked at the policies put in place by the People's Republic of China in order to make the Belt and Road Initiative greener between the years 2013 and 2020. Our study found a significant increase in the proportion of low carbon energy projects launched under the BRI after the implementation of two policies in May of 2017. Specifically, the guidance on promoting the Green Belt and Road and the Belt and Road Ecological and Environmental Cooperation Plan. The result of our research leads us to conclude that China is advancing in establishing the necessary framework to regulate the transformation of its energy system. In particular, greening its foreign energy investments executed under the Belt and Road Initiative. There is no question that this will have significant implications for BRI countries as they move towards achieving their sustainable goals. On a final note, coming from the Dominican Republic in the Caribbean region of Latin America allows me to a unique perspective on how the Chinese energy transition, as well as the joint efforts such as the APEC Energy Forum, can serve as a model for other developing nations looking to successfully navigate the complexities of moving to low carbon energy sources. Both the APEC and Latin American regions present enormous potential for cooperation in many sectors and fields. I look forward to increased interaction and cooperation between fellow students, researchers, and professionals from both of our regions as we move towards successfully realizing the goals of the Paris Agreement and defeating the existential threat of climate change. Thank you very much.
感谢孙宇杰同学的发言。下面有请来自中国人民大学国际关系学院的。
Thank you, Mr. Sun Yujie, for your introduction. Now let's invite Liu Guichao from China REC to give us his sharing. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Liu Guichao from REC of China. It is a great honor for me to attend the forum today as a representative of the youth to share with you my ideas on green transition. I have listened to the presentations by the experts and scholars and leaders, and I found that they are very much inspiring. And I also feel that the sustainable development is very much an urgent task. I would like to share with you my comments from the youth perspective and what are actions that we can take. And as a student, my first priority is research. So energy-related research is the sunrising sector. We need to integrate theory with practice and have the new projects and with the new achievements. For the youth, what we can do is to disseminate the ideas on green development of green energy. And currently in the universities, there are more and more clubs on environmental protection protection. And a lot of the young students are concerned with the low carbon or zero carbon emission. This is not only happening in school, universities, but we can also go to the university to improve people's awareness. And the young people can also be engaged in policy formulation process. I think probably you may find this idea very bold. However, we have some very good practice already in the kind of the mock conference or the simulation of the policy making. And I think to strengthen the dialogue and the communication among the youth of different countries can also be very important, so that we can put forward more visible youth solution. And the forum today is a very good trial and effort. We think our young people can make our share of contributions to low carbon and the energy transition, and all the changes have to come from the actions.
If not we, then who will shape our future and make it into a better one? A more sustainable and livable future calls for our collective action, and we shall spare no effort to create and embrace a greener and brighter APEC region. Thank you.
感谢刘慧超同学的发言。
Thank you, Mr. Liu Huichao. Now let's invite Johan Fu from New Zealand, next hypothesis editor, I see. So let's invite Johan.
Hello. Thank you so much for dropping by and listening. I'd like to extend first